And now here's our host, the wonder from down under, the master of wood chippers, Bezic!
Good evening, chat. We are here and I have broken the crew.
Okay, you have to do that again because I couldn't hear you over the amount of fapping you just did.
Can
Come
you
on,
mute your mic
jack
when you
him
do
up
it
a
this
bit
time?
harder.
All right.
Boy.
Well, I am Bezic, as the lovely intro man said, and
Today's panel stars...
Bleach Demon, also known as Intro Man.
Intro.
And I've
Bezic's
broken
been having
myself.
fun this week. I feel like Bezic's been having some fun this week.
Well, we'll get to the super secret thing that I've been working on this week that has had me cackling myself unconscious since I started it.
I were hoping we weren't gonna need it.
We always need it.
Why is it Grimworld ideology on the YouTubes?
Because
This
that
ain't
is
the
some...
Sultans of Shadilay background.
No, this is some shilling.
Shilling.
Ah,
Yes,
still, huh?
this is for shilling purposes later. Speaking of shilling, who's our next host? Well, it is the one, the only,
Get in the chipper, bitch.
Discordia.
That's perfect.
And
Just
then
put that on loop, and I'll go and get my lunch.
And of course, last but certainly not least, the one, the only, boat chef, Trim. Who's
I
fucked
don't
off.
get any Bleach Demon thingy.
Yeah, the problem is, Trim, you just say spicy things.
Yeah, like, look, all the sound bites
I
I've got
say
of
them
you, I
because
can't
you
just play
guys
on.
want me to.
Your sound bites are not safe for YouTube.
I just
Well, you
use
could always just have
the
him sing it.
rambling retard. There you go, rambling retard. That works.
Student of History says, get him the chipper bitch. That needs to be a text time. Well, I might as well just put the file on the
Oh,
website
if
then.
you said better than that.
Oh dear. So, let's do some shilling. So, chat and everyone has seen the piece, the thumbnail that is displayed on stream. What's happening, Disco?
It's a very sexy thumbnail.
You're very much into rib jobs, I see.
Put away,
It's
Trim.
ideologically motivated rim jobs.
Oh, I mean, rim jobs technically are on topic, but also no.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, Bezic and I will be playing RimWorld Ideology this evening after the Sultans is finished. And we have the most diverse colony that you've ever seen.
Oh, it
that a
is.
We
bird
installed a
there?
mod that allows our pawns to transition
Yep,
and
and
to have gender dysphoria and to get, particularly upset if they don't have their estrogen or their testosterone. We've accidentally
a
created
man?
turfs too. We didn't mean to, but that's just how the code sees the
trans
pawns, like
colonists. They think they're
the
women, but the
the
misandrous.
misandry thing doesn't see them as women, and so we've accidentally created Turf Island.
And of course,
Oh boy.
we're taking advantage of the ideology expansion. And, well, they're an interesting mob. They're collectivists. They're collectivist, vegan, bug eating, gay,
Live in
trans, female supremacist.
That pink one on the end is the male of the colony.
Yes,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
female
Okay.
supremacists, so they have to put the
Okay.
males in burqas.
Is it a burqa or a human-sized condom?
Yes.
Why not both?
UCI one says pod living. I suppose we could, like, instead of making a big vase, just put them all in tiny little pods.
Crap, we should have made them all aesthetics. Damn it.
Oh no, they won't like it.
Oh,
I mean,
fine.
yeah.
True. They think they'll like it until it actually happens.
Yes.
But yeah, we've taken advantage of the ideology, and well, we've pumped the memes out. So, well, they're also supremacists because, of course, they are, and they convert people by violence, which is.
I'll be really surprised if they survive past episode 1, because they're just gonna have tantrums the entire time.
Well, that's
I mean,
okay.
what if that one
They
man there, he seems to be a part of the Red Religion. I mean, he could make it work, or at least the ma'am there between the blue hair and the pink hair one.
Well, actually, Mam's the one on the right with the bright pink hair, and that's literally their name. That's literally their name.
That's Mam.
Wait, is that? I can't tell if they're just crying or those are prison murder tats that have
Yeah,
been
they're
put
prison
on
murder
their
tats.
eyes.
They like to tattoo their face and their body.
Well, Mam transitioned in prison.
It's Mam! It's Mam!
Hey, second plague arrived too.
The Frogman is here.
What beauty!
So the really sad thing is, this thumbnail actually segues perfectly into the first story for today.
Oh, when our jokes are probably less
tragic
extreme than
in
reality. Yeah.
Oh dear.
When our RimWorld colonists are the sane ones, there's a problem.
Can we get off the crazy train, please?
Yeah, so the UK has decided that the Mint is going to go full woke as well. New Rainbow
Right.
50p coin honors 50 years of pride in UK with trans and POC inclusive flags. Oh shit, I didn't even see the fucking POC
So
flags.
the racial supremacy flag.
Yes. That's
Racial gay supremacy.
that's
That's wonderful.
dividing pride in two.
Like protest is on the top left. That
Yep.
seems a
Protest,
replacement.
visibility, unity, equality, and pride. Unity, my ass. That's why there's a black triangle forcing everything apart.
I know, like, the rainbow flag used to be like, we're all of us, we're all together, the LGBT people, and then they come in and they're like, excuse me while we just segregate you by fucking skin color.
Okay when they do it.
So they keep saying. Oh dear. And of course, this article is courtesy of the losers at Pink News. So of course, the Royal Mint is celebrating 50 years of pride in the UK with the coin announced on Wednesday, 18th of May. It's the first time Britain's LGBTQ plus pedo community has been honoured on an official UK coin. Why couldn't it just not be? How is the Queen okay with this?
I mean, she's
Because he's probably
probably
the command
not-
there. He's like, yeah.
I mean, she's never tried to get political, has she? So she probably isn't pushing back too hard on this stuff.
Yeah. Billy Bloggs says, I find that coin offensive. I find that coin offensive, and I'm not even a Brit bomb.
I'm glad I just use card for everything.
Well, you can't do that anymore, because remember, Daddy Government is watching. Big Sister is watching. Oh, wait, no, she got thrown out.
You will have the 50p coin.
Big
You
man.
will have it.
Indeed.
Man is watching
and of
you,
course-
and he like what he's saying.
Yeah, Shinner History makes a good point. Why are different communities being honoured? Yes, why are we sitting here going, yes, this coin, an artifact of the government, is specifically ignoring nearly all of the population?
I'm
It's
sure the
okay,
argument will be,
I guess.
you guys get every other coin.
So do you fucking idiots. We let you be you're
They literally get
citizens.
points.
They're citizens too. Though we can fix that. I have no problems whatsoever with fixing that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the thing at the right hand side of your window there, Bez, with the monkeypox thing. Like, your pandemic has just dropped, boys.
Yeah. Doctors worried over impact on sexual health as 80 cases confirmed in 12. Fuck it, I'll keep that for later. It's relevant.
Monkey!
No, seriously, what
Stop it.
monkeypox?
Well, that's what
Yes.
happens when Bay State fucks Bill Gates.
Oh,
Bad monkey.
huh, I just saw it was after his tour in Vegas.
Yes, Pandemic 2, Electric Boogaloo. Base's like, it wasn't me!
Nobody believes that ape. Nobody.
Me
I
thinks
swear
the
to God,
does
Ape is like
protest too
Randy
much.
Marsh. He's like
He does.
Randy Marsh. Next thing he's gonna go fuck a pangolin.
Oh, dear.
Or he's going to.
Stan! Stan! We have to save Stan!
His son, the half monkey.
So, the LGBTQ plus pedo and black people for some reason coin. Yeah, why the fuck is the pride bullshit on a pride coin? Like, fuck off.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it suddenly became, like, racial pride, didn't it?
Yeah. No, fuck off. Like, if you want to have a gay pride coin, can you at least fuck off with the race-baiting bullshit?
Nope.
But
No,
intersectionality,
England
people
has
have
become America.
multiple tags. They can't fully identify with the pride flag unless it's also got their skin color on it. Like, Patrick, you don't understand.
I really don't.
You evil white-ist. Oh man, no.
Billy Bloggs is like, wait, hold on
How
a second. I
dare
thought
you.
racial pride was a bad thing. Only when white people do it.
That's right. You can't even appreciate being human if you're white.
And remember, it's okay to be white is a racist statement.
That's right. If you're not okay to be white, why, that's something to wear on your sleeve.
This is also, these coins are another example of why fiat currency is a disaster.
Okay, by the way, what am I if I just don't care about color? Am I some what am I then?
That's white supremacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes you an evil
Oh,
white
so-
supremacist, like that famous white supremacist from the 60s, Martin Luther King.
Oh,
You
well,
know,
he's not the
because
worst
you're
guy
supposed
to
to judge.
emulate, you know.
Well, no, he's a horrible racist race traitor. Because you should be judging people on the color of their skin, not the content of their character. Unlike what that racist said.
Oh,
Him and his dream. How dare he?
I have a dream.
Billy Bloggs says, I wonder if you can scrape that crap off. You probably can, but it's probably also illegal.
Things get worn off, you know.
True.
Just because it shows up the first
Get the
day you
coin and
get it.
light it on fire.
So let's see, what do we
I
got?
don't think metal burns that easily.
So Claire McLennan, director of commemorative coin at the Royal Mint, said it was a privilege to make 50 years of progress and pride in the UK with the new 50p coin. Can we go back to the silver standard and 240 pence to a pound? Anyone?
I kind of want to go back to crowns and sovereigns for the English. Mostly
Well,
because I get a
that-
kick out of not understanding it. But...
Well, that's just a denomination of... it's just a number of pence of some description. But so what else do they have? Yeah, blah, 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 we're so great. Screw everyone else because we're fantastic.
News straight up.
So, speaking of how England has decided that they're going to abandon 99% of the population. Let's meet Britain's wokest cop. Superintendent pictured wearing ever so colourful rainbow helmet on patrol in Cambridge. How
Why?
the fuck is that allowed? Like, do they not have uniform standards?
Clearly not.
Apparently not. They don't count when it's a rainbow that you're wearing, because...
Hey, look, it's a bundle of sticks.
Yes. Superintendent James Sutherland was wearing headgear on Cambridge Patrol. He posed for International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia and Biphobia. Oh, sorry, who are the most biphobic? The trans.
Yeah, that... Bi... means there would only be two genders,
Mm.
Can't be having that.
Exactly. So
There's
he was...
only two sexes. The sex I had with your mom and the sex I had with your dad.
Yeah. So this loser was also pictured wearing the helmet at an Eli Pride event, and some people have called it woke virtue signaling and asked where neutrality had gone.
Ooh.
Out the window.
Oh
with the
boy,
strings that
I
they're
hope
pitching
I
off
hope the
roofs.
police crack down on those people. Check their thinking.
Yeah, a police force was accused of putting its woke agenda ahead of crime prevention yesterday after tweeting photos of a senior officer in a rainbow helmet. Yeah, no shit! How much money's been wasted on these fucking rainbow flags on helmets? Like, you could probably hire another officer for that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I just remember.
I think it's more than just one officer.
well, he's the
It
superintendent.
only has to be one.
He's the one making who's in charge of the fucking district, I believe. Like,
I
fuck's
remember
sake.
a plot line from Jeeves and Wooster, and it was like, nicking policemen's helmets. Well, you know what? That's a trend that needs to come back.
Would-
Just for
would
this
you-
one case.
Would you steal a policeman's helmet, kill a policeman, steal his helmet, shit in it, and then send it back to his wife? If it was this helmet, yes.
Yes. Although it won't be his
He
wife.
doesn't have a wife though.
Well, would you kill a policeman, steal his helmet, shit in it, and send it to his husband? Yes, I would.
Yeah.
Depends.
Or
on the
they'll
police.
probably call it
thing.
life partner.
Yeah, some bullshit like that, even though... Actually, look, the low quality on that helmet almost looks like he spray painted himself.
Probably has.
But how is...
It looks like
Rather
a
than going out
kindergarten
on the
project.
beat that day, they all stayed in the station with the stencils and the spray paint, and they painted their helmets.
Well, that sounds about on point for Wokies. Just sit in the corner doing arts and crafts
Well,
until
listen to
something comes up for them
YMCA.
to cry about. Nothing about the village people was this gay. Including gay sex isn't this gay.
I know, right?
Oh dear.
It's like
This is like
guy,
this is like
got a-
BioWare gay. This is BioWare levels of gay.
Yeah, modern BioWare. So,
This guy clearly has a doctorate in underwater basket weaving and feminist theory.
yep. And no qualifications to be a cop. Also, shave,
Or
you fucking
A functional adult.
Also, shave. A policeman should be clean shaven. Or, or at least not have a beard that patchy.
What?
Yeah,
What's
he
the
does, well, he
below?
should shave the beard because he doesn't deserve a beard.
He doesn't deserve a follicle of hair on his body.
He doesn't deserve a job.
Or eyebrows.
Yeah, so critics hit out at the stunt with comments including, "Where has the neutrality gone? And how about tackling crime instead of virtue signaling?" Valid
What
fucking
bigots.
points.
What evil, nasty bigots.
Yeah,
Are
bigoters.
saying
I mean,
stuff
okay,
like
to
that.
be fair, let's be fair here. Do you honestly think that people of that caliber look at that face, look deeply into those eyes, and just say to yourself, that thing can stop crime?
He does
Say
look like a
on your
little
own.
bitch, doesn't he?
does.
Looks like. I mean, the
No,
helmet
that's gonna
clearly
offend
indicates
the
that
little
he is.
bitches.
Yeah.
I've met the most weakest bitches that exist, like people who would just surrender when you just say hi to them. And they look more tough than this. They are more tough than that.
Oh dear.
And he makes the French army in World War II seem like Stalingrad.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, another person said it's a woke photo opportunity. The public would just like the police to police. Yes, bring back the constabulary.
As long as the
Oh, so he's the idiot who showed up previously with rainbow flags on his... Oh, he's bald. Of course he's fucking bald. Male pattern
Oh,
baldness.
I hope that dog takes a massive shit in that helmet.
Yes. And then puts it back on him. And here he is again.
Like, why do we need to know who people are sleeping with? Like, well, all I want to know is can he fight crime?
Well, of course
Can
he
he deal
can't.
with criminals?
No.
That's all I need to know. I don't need to know where he puts his penis.
I don't think he has one.
Well, we don't need to know what he does with other
looks like
people's
he likes
penises
to pay.
either, as long as it's consent. I thought the rule was as long as it was consensual, shut the fuck up.
Yes.
No,
Unless
you've
we
got
need
to
to
know.
roll the wood chipper out, like, we don't need to know. Get in the chipper, bitch!
He's been waiting to use that.
Yep.
Why do I get the feeling that this guy's like, oh, well, you know, Mr. Very British name Muhammad, yeah, just go ahead and harass those little kids. No, I don't want to be called racist.
Well, of course he doesn't. It's
No, he's even worse. He's gonna be one of those, can I join?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pedophiles in training like this that are the reason that they can get away with raping children industrially.
What the fuck am I looking at?
The new pride of London. Gay police.
Everything wrong with modern society.
Deus Vult
England.
intensifies.
Oh. We need a new pope, a better pope, a less woke pope,
Indeed.
and also we
pope
need
with a
to
wood
get the
chipper.
Templars back. Oh yeah.
I mean, a pope with a sword cutting off the heads of pedophiles would also be acceptable.
Yes,
That's
I'd
good.
actually join capitalism in that case. The religion that starts publicly decapitating pedophiles will be the one I join.
Sounds
Okay,
good.
well, trim, it depends. I saw a meme on the server where it was like, equal opportunity wood chipper, throw the men and women pedos in it. And I'm thinking, no, no. Throw the men in it. The women, you put them into a very specific cell of a modern women's prison. Okay?
They deserve it, but I think that's too far.
I mean, this goes hand in hand with what one of my colleagues here on the boat says, that you get less punishment for raping someone than killing someone, but the result is the same.
Oh dear. So
I
of course,
decided to never get on his bad side, and we're really good friends now.
So, of course, some media dipshit at the Cambridgeshire Police said it's committed to being inclusive, so not fighting crime, and claimed the helmet made by local students has no political message. Well, if it has no political message, why do you have an objection with being told to take it off and shut up?
Has no political message in my eyes.
I
What are
swear,
these
it is
poses they're
political,
doing
guys.
too?
It's the I'm queer and an effeminate loser douchebag who has no shoulders to speak of.
I think it goes under the under the slogan, "We're here, we're queer, and we definitely take it up the rear."
Yeah. Also, either stop, grow a decent beard, or shave it the fuck off. Either get a real beard or be clean shaven. There is no in between. Not for friggin' police.
Well, you could get the 70s porno mustache going for some time.
Not British
I
cops, damn
mean,
it.
Freddie Mercury made it look good.
Oh dear.
Yes, I think we should stop the police doing arts and crafts. They should be, out stopping crime.
Well, that's it. Also, why does he have time to be at all these events? What? Why is he not fighting crime? But then again, in this picture here, at the bottom, you can see why. Because he's some dipshit, douchebag, dumb fucking loser officer. He's a higher up.
With Dorcaflage on with the other guy.
Yeah. But you
One
can.
of Besek's most intriguing abilities is his ability to, in one sentence, insult a man to such an extent that it leaves me breathless. I truly admire that with you.
Oh dear.
Every single insult in a single sentence.
Yeah, don't get on Besek's bad side.
Nice.
So
But does it get worse?
it does. Speaking of the gay pro-black crowd ruining everything, Doctor Who's officially dead.
Doctor Who the hell cares?
Oh. No,
Yeah.
Doctor Who isn't dead. Doctor Who isn't dead. It's just
dead.
cancelled.
It's dead.
It's been
It just stopped.
yeah. It's a shame it ended after Capaldi's first season.
Yeah, it just mysteriously stopped playing for some reason, and it pains me that it does, but at least it never got corrupted by some fucking disgusting woke policy thing. It was this retarded goddamn.
Ignoring that it
series that
happened
went
won't
on,
help
but,
us
you
from
know.
fixing it. Won't help us preventing it from
Honestly,
happening again.
I was expecting like the race thing, but what the fuck is this like sex education thing? What the fuck?
Well, they couldn't just have a black doctor. They had to go for an extra checkbox. He's gay.
Is he?
Yes.
Yes.
He's
The
he's a
first
queer.
gay black doctor. That ain't the doctor.
And I believe
no,
the
that
sex
proves-
show thing is whatever it is. It was something that he was in. The
Yes.
name of a show that he
It's the name
What
of
they
a
found him.
Netflix
What?
show where he went around being gay.
So he played himself then.
Yes.
That fucking pose. Wait,
Yeah. Well, why
click
not?
on- Wait. Click on his pictures from the different seasons. I want to see it from 1 to 3. It
Oh,
gets
God.
more- Let's see if it gets
Oh
worse.
God!
Why?
Okay.
It gets worse when you go back
No.
in time.
We're going back in time.
No.
Disco.
Don't make me.
Disco made the point that if they were going to get a black doctor, why couldn't it be the guy that actually announced this guy? You know, a black doctor, a black man who can actually act.
Yes. Get him. Like he comes up.
actually
Like,
been a good
pretty mu-
doctor.
Pretty much every time they're looking for a new doctor, his name is like kind of floating around in the hat, and it's like he would be fantastic at the job, but I guess he wasn't gay enough.
No, he's a straight man. And they couldn't just have a black guy. They had to make them black and gay because otherwise they're too much of a man. They don't have enough diversity points over the female doctor.
What's next? So, but I'm wondering, when are we gonna get like Ugandan representation? I want to see a Ugandan knuckle doctor.
Second, we're getting some audio through from you that doesn't sound like you. If you're watching something
sorry.
in the background, that's come through. Yeah, so, of course, instead of a black someone who can act who happens to be black, they had to get some loser whose only claim to fame is being gay on TV for money.
So
I mean,
literally,
the
plays
previous
himself.
one was just being. The previous one was just hired for being a bitch. So you know.
Well, I'm convinced that she must have fucked the showrunner because the previous thing she was on was that stupid crime drama with Tennant. and he was the producer on that as well. I'm sure she must have been fucking him because she wasn't a good actress.
With Tennant? No, it wouldn't be Tennant. Tennant's married.
No. Tennant was on the show.
Oh, you're thinking Chibnall is the showrunner?
Yeah, Chibnall was the showrunner.
Talentless lack.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and it's that stupid crime drama that they did. And Tennant was the gruff, grumpy, pissed off guy.
'Cause he knew what she'd do as the Doctor.
Yeah, Broadchurch. That's what it was.
Well, that must have been really bad if something that Tennant was in wasn't good. If even he couldn't save it.
Now let me bring it up. Here we go. Here is some of the cast of Broadchurch. And where is our stupid, dumb bimbo who can't act? There she is, that stupid slut.
He saves Dick by giving CPR.
Yeah, so she was just some idiot. And she wasn't a good actress.
No, she's a horrendous actress. Because, I mean, I went and watched the first series. It's like, I'm going to give it a go. Like, I'm pretty sure she's just been hired for outside political reasons. But I'm going to give it a go. And maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. And, you know, I wasn't.
And it's also the only thing she's ever done. Like, we're not getting people
your
like
first-
Tennant or Capaldi who have a career as actors. We're just getting some
Mind
idiot who
you-
ticks a box.
Wasn't, I mean, what else was Matt Smith in? And it's not to say that younger or newer faces can't do a good job. Sometimes I think they like to get an unknown and kind of drop them on us. But, yeah. She was just a box,
Have
wasn't she?
talent typically.
Dear. So Mythos is like bimbo implies she's pretty. Yes, but I was using bimbo because I'm certain she fucked her way to the position. Like, if they were going to get some dumb broad to play the Doctor, they could have done fucking better. there are better
But
woke
then again,
actresses.
haven't we already had a black Doctor? We
No.
already had a black female Doctor in that god-awful special they had with I am the Doctor.
No, that doesn't exist.
Yeah, where they
Yeah, it doesn't
fucked
exist.
all the lore.
Just like every
But,
other fucking series except.
Like, they could have got somebody, like, good to play a female Doctor, and then they could have spun it in such a way, like, I don't know, that there was some kind of accident, because they've already said that the Doctor couldn't regenerate as a woman, so there would have to be some kind of, something went wrong with regeneration that, you know, and it could have been quite a fun twist, like, oh, crap, like, what am I going to do now? Like, this has never happened before.
But they could have even played it off with Missy or something, but actually what pissed me off
Missy
with
was
Missy
actually really good.
is that
Really good
Missy was
actress.
a fantastic actress, fantastic character, until it was the Master.
I even didn't mind it as being the Master. Like, she did a
well,
fantastic
my
job. There was a
my
little bit of bad writing
Yeah.
in there, but like I actually enjoyed Missy.
Yeah, Missy was great. The actress was brilliant, but the moment it's like, oh, that's the Master, it's like, fuck, they're setting it up for a female Doctor, which completely
Yeah,
ruined everything. Like, if it
that
had
was my
happened
thoughts
10
exactly.
years ago, it's like, oh, that's an interesting twist, but no, it was like, oh, fuck, it's a setup.
Yeah,
Well,
that was my thoughts exactly. This is paving the way for a female Doctor. That's all this is, and it's a shame
the
because
most
the actress was
blatant-
phenomenal.
Well, here's the thing that really gets me. They had a great female Time Lord villain back in the 70s and 80s, you know, the Ronnie. But no, they couldn't bring her back. They had to make the Master female. And I'm like, nah, screw that. You had so much lore to draw on, go fuck yourself.
Well, that's it. Like, if they wanted a female
Yeah, but
Time
the lore,
Lord,
they can't go.
they could have
They
just
can't go
let-
through the lore. That requires
But
work.
River Song was a female Time Lord.
yeah, but I mean, Missy was lit a female Time Lord, but
Yeah.
Rebel is actually a female Time Lord. But like, if they wanted a woman who could play the Doctor, they could have just gone the actress that did Missy instead.
Yeah, instead of
Mhm.
making her into the Master, they could have got her to play the Doctor because if they wanted to do it and they were gonna do it, then getting an actress as strong as that would have been the way to do it.
Yeah.
Because even the people who are kind of like, I'm not sure about like how this kind of fits into the lore, like she still would have blown away with her performance.
Well, that's it. She's a brilliant actress. She would have killed it. But no. We had to get the woman that was sleeping with Chibnall.
Okay, to be fair, no matter how strong an actor you are, you can't work when you have shit writing. And the writing it died off in Capaldi's second season. Okay?
Well, it died off
Capaldi's
before.
a really good
was
actor.
dying, yeah.
It was definitely dead, but it was already dying before Capaldi started. Like, Capaldi could have... I didn't like Capaldi's start with, but that was because of how
like
abysmal
Capaldi.
no, it's Capaldi's Doctor, because the writing was so shit. But as I watched him, I'm like, oh yeah, this guy's actually a decent actor. Pity the script is abysmal.
Yeah, then you've got companions who their entire thing was, well, I'm black and I'm a lesbian. It's like, right, cool, great. We've already had a black companion, a black female companion, like, and it was barely mentioned that she was black because it was irrelevant.
Yes.
But, you know, what's your backstory, love? Like, what do you do? What's
what-
interesting about you? Well, I'm black and I'm a lesbian.
Well, what was her job?
Fantastic writing.
Did she even have a job?
She.
I think she was some
served
part-time
tricks in the
idiot.
canteen, didn't she?
Yeah.
She-
She's just some part-time loser. While, oh crap, the previous black companion actually had decent jobs.
Yeah, because didn't the doctor like manage to get her a sorry, seconds audio is really
Second.
distracting.
Oh,
Didn't the doctor manage to get her like onto the degree or something as a student? So she couldn't even get. She
No,
was
true.
pretending to be a student. And it's just like, okay, so you're not really all that interesting. You don't have your own kind of backstory and stuff.
Well,
You're just
well, that's it. She
you're
had no
just a gay
backstory. She had no
black
hobbies.
woman.
She had no job. She had no drive. Her entire personality was black female lesbian.
It's like, why can't you be
And she
a black
mentioned it
female
every
lesbian
episode.
and that just be a thing that you are while also being interesting?
Because being interesting.
How dare you?
Because
You
Chris
know who they
Chibnall
should
can't
get?
write interesting. He's a fucking idiot.
You know who they should get to be the next female doctor?
I think the show will be cancelled before that.
They should get Ruby Rose.
Over my dead body.
Ah, can't do worse.
Oh wait, no, she can't act anymore because her spine is broken or some shit, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But no, they had hundreds of
Whatever.
female actresses who could have done a better job. Hundreds of them. But
What
no,
about
no.
the chick that played Donna Noble? She was a fantastic doctor, even if it was just like a mistaken doctor. She was fucking fantastic.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure you would be able to have her, although I suppose the Doctor has used faces that he's seen before because
Well,
Capaldi had
Yeah,
been in.
because they
in the show
specifically
before, so
called back to that.
So that, yeah, they could have been like, she chose this face because of Donna, if they wanted to write it in.
Yep, they could have, but again, good acting, good stories. So just bringing up Broadchurch quickly. Created by Chris Chibnall, written by Chris Chibnall. Yeah, no wonder it was
Destroyed
shit.
by Chris Chibnall.
But Chris Chibnall, I guarantee that he was shagging Whittaker. Because she can't act worth a damn.
No, it was
I mean,
painful
she's
to
good.
watch.
She was good
Like,
in
it was so
Awful, though. She was
forced
really
to
good in
watch.
one role.
Yeah, like, she was crap in Broadchurch.
I've never seen Broadchurch, but like in the Doctor, in that first series, like it's so forced. I felt like I was watching I felt like I was watching Scooby Doo or something. Like it was just so kind of over the top. Like, come on, gang!
Well, she needed, like, what?
Fam, I
Didn't
think
she
it
start
was.
with, like, 7 companions? Because they needed something interesting on screen because she's a shit actress?
Yeah, she had a group
Probably.
of companions, and she, if I remember correctly, she would like refer to them as fam. Come on, fam!
Just no.
Like I felt like I was
no.
watching.
Didn't
Scooby
she
Doo or
also have an
something.
episode where she fucking yelled at a single dad who just tried to do well, and she just yelled at him for no reason?
Probably.
I mean, she is an evil bitch.
Yeah. Though she did one good. She did act well in one thing, in her episode, in the episode where she's in Black Mirror, where she wasn't just a vicious cunt. So she's good at playing herself.
Yeah, but she was abysmal in Broadchurch. And for some reason, Chibnall decided she was going to be the next Doctor. Yeah, we know why. It's because he's an ugly cunt and she was willing to fuck him for a role.
And until we hear anything opposite of that, it is just going to be here until she can prove otherwise.
Well,
Wait, who's an ugly cunt?
Chris Chibnall.
Who?
He could, the showrunner, the writer of the latest
yes,
seasons of
yes.
Doctor Who. He's an ugly,
So-
stupid motherfucker, and no woman would touch him unless they could get something out of it.
So you're saying he's not beautiful? And
I'm saying Whittaker's a whore.
Color is going to change that.
Yes, Whittaker is a
actually.
whore. It's just
Honestly,
abysmal.
if I met any of these woke Doctor Who writers, I would annihilate them where they stand. I wouldn't just hurt them or anything else. I would
Tram,
annihilate them.
Tram
No,
in
bad Tram.
Minecraft.
Screw you.
No,
Sure.
screw me.
Angry.
YouTube.
This,
Trim.
this shit just breaks my heart. It just breaks my
Yeah,
heart
so
to
you're
see
still
that.
on YouTube.
And it breaks your vocabulary.
Yeah. That too. And the internet doesn't help either.
Student of history, you are correct. Fam is the most irritating term made outside of possibly bro, brah. It's like, yeah, I've taken stuff away from people who've called me bro.
Yeah. So, just having a quick look at the abomination that is Jodie Whittaker's filmography, she's done absolutely nothing of interest at all. Like, her biggest role is as the Doctor. Well,
Then she's
that's
not
most
done
actors'
anything of
thing.
interest ever.
Yeah. But, like, before that,
Role.
Broadchurch, 24 episodes. Other than that, she's just been in some television films and some shit TV shows. Like,
She's got a career with the Hallmark Channel now.
yeah. So, let's have a look at what Black Queer Dude is. Well, he's 29 for starters, so what could he have done? So, of course, they needed a black gay immigrant, born in Rwanda.
Clearly, the Hutus and Tutsis didn't do a good enough job. He's still around.
Yeah. So, let's see. What's his
How is
filmography?
That's not more spicy than what I said. Come on. But yeah, I kind of agree.
Plausible deniability, Trim. So, what has Queer Black Guy done? Well, he's done 3 movies. Horrible History is the movie, Rotten Romans, as a minor character. And The Last Letter from Your Lover. Never heard of it. And it looks like utter trash. And then Barbie. An upcoming movie for 2023.
As Ken?
Of course,
Alright,
of
Barbie.
course, they fucking made the black guy. Right,
You know, maybe it could have been a biopic about Klaus Barbie.
yeah. And what's he done on television? Well, he was male customer. Yes, not even the named role. In Bob's Servant, which is just some utter crap that I've never seen or even heard of. Some other crap called Stonemouth, where he played Doogie for 2 episodes. Sex Education, where he played black gay queer guy.
So, himself?
Himself.
Yeah, and then some to be announced Masters of the Year. So he's done nothing. He has no fucking. He has no pedigree.
Okay, can I ask a question? I think I know what he did.
Did he suck
Whittaker
Chris
his way
Chibnall's
into
dick?
The role. Yes. That is my strongest theory.
Didn't the returning showrunner come out in the last couple of years? So, maybe Whitakering did happen.
Yeah, Mythos says.
I mean, just
that-
look at the picture they took together. The way they hold each other. Yeah.
Mythos says you won't. The doctor used.
Allegedly.
Will you shut up and let me finish, Jim?
Lag.
Mythos says the doctor used to have prestige. You wouldn't give the role to some extra. And surely there were actors who could suck dick better. You see
They
by
had the
why?
wrong skin tone.
Yeah, you see why IB Dewan? No, he's not going to play Barbie. He's going to play Ken. And I'm sure the person, they'll get to play Barbie is Yasmin Finney. You know, the tranny that they're going to get to replace Billy Piper as Rose.
Hey, what the
Wait,
fuck
they
is
can't
that?
even have original characters? They're stealing?
Yep.
Oh.
Because clearly Billy Piper took one look at this and went, I don't want to be associated with that trash.
Like, how are they even going to explain that? Rose can't regenerate. Rose is not a Time Lord.
And Rose is now in a parallel dimension with, or no, the parallel dimension Doctor is now with her, non-regenerating Time Lord David Tennant character. So,
The
yeah,
human
no, they're breaking all of their lore just because, well, let's have representation.
Yeah, but
No.
if we like the Doctor can pick anyone as a companion. So you could just say, yeah, he decided to pick this person, and they just so happen to be trans. But no, it's like we need to try and get the old fans back by saying Rose is coming back. It's like that's not Rose. I'm sorry, like
No.
she's not.
Sorry, not beautiful.
It's just not Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Different
so
character. It cannot be Rose because that is not Rose.
yep, so the 18-year-old recently shot to fame with an iconic role in Netflix's gay teen romance Heartstopper, where she plays a trans character. Well, let's have a look at Heartstopper. Oh, excellent, they're children.
Non-Flick strikes again. Get in the chipper, bitch!
Hey, Bezek, I think we have something for this.
Not yet. So let me see what else we can find. So obviously Netflix made it. Nonsflix. Starring children. I want to know how old the main characters are. So this was released on the 22nd of April. Cool. So let's have a look. Oh, a year 11 rugby player at Trum Grammar School, and then a year 10 student who was recently outed. Oh, and then of course we've got what are we going to call it? Heroes, playing Charlie and Tao's friend who transferred to Higgs Girls School after coming out as transgender, because of course they let the trans kid go straight to girls' school. So how old are the
enrichment is going to happen there.
how old are the main characters? One turned 18 on the 8th of March. And the other one doesn't even have an age on his profile. Because of course. Oh, he was 17 at the time of filming, playing a 14 to 15-year-old.
Where's that clip when we need it?
Yes. Well, now this does segue us into the next segment. Prepare your asses, because I made something special for this. Trim, what time is it? It's time for...
It is not watch.
The Sultans of Shadilay presents Nonce Watch.
Get in the chipper, bitch! Perfect.
That needs to be a ringtone.
I tell you, Bezic has been giggling about this for like the last 2 days.
That's awesome.
Oh, it was beautiful.
I
I love what you're doing, Besnick. Keep it up.
Oh, I've been cackling all week.
He has. He actually has been cackling. Oh my God.
I have a little something after this segment, so like in like 3 hours.
Welcome to Non-Swatch. Sadly, our biggest segment. So, mass confusion as Google asks users to learn what a nonce is.
What? What?
So, as well as being a cryptographic term for a number used once, a nonce is also British slang for pedophile.
I've never heard the number used once version. It's always been the pedo version.
Yeah, I've never heard of this number used once. Crap. Disco, you did a vaguely tech-related degree. Have you ever heard of that?
It doesn't ring any bells.
Yeah, uh-huh. Well, of course Google knows what nonces are.
Google's just covering
trying to
Google's ass,
protect
I think.
Oh, dear. So, Google has issued a new security measure for its Android devices, although its name has caused controversy in the UK.
I just said the nonsense to verify the nonsense.
Yep. Boost your app's security with the nonce field of the Play Integrity API. Yep.
What a nonce is. How to set the nonce. How to verify the nonce.
Oh, it's the two nonce
like a fucking
verification
trap.
process.
Wow, this
And
is
more.
the least angry I've heard Bezic in one of these segments.
Well, this one's just funny. The anger's in the next set of segments.
Oh, great.
Yeah, basically, I don't... Basically, if you're going to name your company something, maybe Google it first. It better yet, maybe you should look it up on Urban Dictionary. Because there's a company called Nibble that was previously Nonce Finance.
Oh, man. Poor bunch of bastards.
Open a new account and get a free wood chipper.
Yeah. And suddenly, you just hear everyone who used to be in Epstein's Island just knock on the doors like, hey, is this the place?
Ace apparently has heard of nonce in computer science.
Okay, so next up, we have some slightly good news. Because I'm building you up before I chop you down.
No.
Black pills are coming. The black pills are coming.
My work.
I don't want the black pill. I don't want it.
I appreciate that you do the white pills before the black pills, because that means at least I don't have to go to my shift when that starts wanting to kill myself.
Okay, moving on to the black pills.
Ah!
Moving right
Breathed
along.
in agony.
Oh dear. So judges given power to impose tougher sentences on pedophiles caught in stings.
Oh, yes.
So courts
Wait,
are to be
caught
given...
in stings, not caught diddling kids.
Well, getting caught diddling kids is already theoretically a crime. They're now allowing the courts to put them in prison for trying to diddle a fake child.
That's fair.
Because technically they're trying to diddle a police officer. Now they're going to be charged because they thought the police officer was a child.
If it's the
What, is this
superintendent
the
of the
woke,
previous segment.
diverse police officer? Is it the woke, diverse police officer they're using as bait? He does have
No,
a
no.
baby face.
No. He's the pedophile that gets caught.
Hi, I'm a superintendent today. Guess. Oh, shit.
So, Sanderson Council guidance coming into force at the end of this month will clarify how to sentence cases considering intended sexual harm, even where there was not actually a victim and no sexual activity happened. Pedophile rings are sometimes uncovered by police posing as children, and sometimes they're just blatantly ignored. But offenders have sought reduced jail terms by saying no child was hurt. Current guidelines have long been interpreted as meaning that in many cases where someone was caught in a sting, the jail term would be lower because of the absence of an affected child. Sanderson Council member Judge Rosa Dean said the new guidelines will bring greater clarity to courts. Judges and magistrates will impose sentences that reflect the intended harm to the child, even where that activity does not ultimately take place, to protect children from people planning to cause them sexual harm. Fucking good.
It's gonna make sense because the intent was there. They just
Yeah.
it was just lucky that the person that they thought it was
Turned out to be a cop. A very pissed off cop.
And not pissed off enough.
Oh dear.
Tried to touch me. I don't like that nose.
Oh dear. So, Rakshai introduced us to an interesting Twitter account the other day. Pedophiles posting L's. Yeah, so what made you want to make this? So, someone with a furry rainbow avatar said, made a meme, huh? Family, pedophiles are disgusting. Me, agrees. Also me, imposter.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Oh boy.
Oh dear, so I thought we'd take a quick look at the other crap in this account, because, dear God. Oh dear.
Is that a furry image with a rainbow on it?
Yes.
Theirs is...
Are you shocked is the bigger question.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Okay, so here we have Puppy, and their profile picture is a drawn boy of approximately 8 to 10 with a pacifier. And it says, guys, I'm back on Twitch, probably temporarily. Also, quick PSA, please do not interact if you disagree with the following. Map/AAM, whatever the fuck that is. Zoophilia. Trans age, xenogenders and neo-pronouns, hashtag transage, hashtag zoo, hashtag zoophile pride, hashtag zoophiles, hashtag zoophiles are valid.
Chipper, hashtag chipper. Get in the chipper, bitch!
Hashtag maps, hashtag map TWT, hashtag map friendly.
No, make cartography great again.
What?
Get them to the walls.
Hold on, I think I hear something outside the door.
FBI, open up!
So, let's check out their profile. Because, of course, we're going to suffer through this. Their profile is trans-age 4-year-old, zoo plus AAM, he/pup. I have a daddy. Oh, dear sweet Jesus, look at their banner.
Must I?
Oh my.
Oh!
There's not a
What
wood chipper big enough.
I looked up AAM. Apparently, AAM is adult attracted minor.
So, grooming victim.
Yes, except
Yeah,
this is like not a minor. This is a trans minor.
And it has 93 followers. That's
You know, the bigger
93
chipper.
more candidates. Yeah.
Everybody goes in the
93.
fucking... Everyone goes in the
You
chipper.
know, Not testing out nuclear weapons above ground was clearly a mistake.
You can't blame Japan for this one. Billy Blog says, I think you just verified the nonce. Oh, that's a good one.
we do good.
That's spot on. That's a good one. That's a fucking good one. Oh, that was fucking brilliant. Good job, Billy. Oh, fucking Jesus.
Well, Nonce Watch has done its duty. Let's continue onwards.
Always onwards.
Dear. I'm just dragging out an image from the Discord server because it's relevant. Fucking Jesus Christ, what is wrong with these people, and why aren't we allowed to do horrible, horrible things to them?
Ardent Party, zoophiles are valid. Chunky yogurt must be ecstatic. Yeah, somebody might actually fuck him.
Oh dear. I just...
I mean, at least Vosh would have something in common with this guy. Or sticks and kids. That's what they love together.
Oh.
Why are they such disgusting pedophiles?
Why can't the sun just explode and wipe out all of humanity in one fell swoop?
That's an excellent question.
Because not everyone deserves to die because of these fuckers. Though I wouldn't mind a rapture right about now. That'd be nice.
We have a relevant image from what's his name again? Good old Gregory Press. Chop, chop, chop,
well
fucker.
done, Greg. That is beautiful.
It's true art.
As the resident quote-unquote artist, I approve of this.
It is true art.
Now there's a part of me that wants a killdozer version of the wood chipper.
This is acceptable.
Huh. Ideas. Okay, guys, let's just make it like this. If we ever get really, really low down in life and we have no other reason, just fucking find a list of everyone, just go nuts. Allegedly, in a game somewhere.
In Minecraft.
In RimWorld.
You know,
In
I hear
RimWorld,
Google has a verification process to figure out where they are.
Yeah. We can just beeline it to them and just like we can convert a tractor, go up to the knots, and
Dear.
we're gonna convert them into sludge.
We're coming for them.
Yeah, they're coming for the kids. I'm coming for the nonsense.
FBI, open up!
Oh dear. So we've got another one.
It's going to be played a lot.
Yep, we've got another one. Map Strugs / saying goodbye. I'm deleting this account. This is getting too stressful. Sorry, everyone.
Map
Thank God.
Strugs. Map Strugs.
Map Strugs. Maps should suffer. Well, we pin them to the
Every
wall.
single one of them. Brutally. Savagely. In Minecraft.
It just
These
pisses
fucking
me off
Slanesh
that
motherfuckers.
username is supposed to like tell us like that they're a pedo who's having a bad time. But cutesy, so that we feel bad for them. Just like shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Just because you get a
don't
cute
do
image
that.
doesn't mean you're not going in the wood chipper.
Yes.
Yes. We'll throw your anime profile picture in last.
Oh God, here's a conversation from a map to some poor kid. Oh God, do we want to? No, we don't want to.
I don't think I want to read that.
Yeah, I'm going to pass. That's exciting. Out of the pedophiles. But there's so many of them.
The only maps I respect are the ones that show me where to go.
We can tell these maps where to go.
I know where I want these maps to go, yeah.
Yeah,
The
where do we
only
want the
pedos
chip?
I respect are the ones who willingly go into the chipper themselves.
Yeah, what do we want pedos to do, folks?
Get in the chipper, bitch! Exactly.
This is gonna get a lot of usage.
Yeah. Oh,
So it's the
God.
purge up the table, or we need to see what we can do first.
No, Hannah. Yeah, pedophiles are not human beings. They're meat for the grinder.
This is true. So here's one from from another pedo. Ethics of child sexual exploitation material usage and purchase. Is it more inherently unethical than using or purchasing any other products of capitalist exploitation, direct/indirect? If so, what? Yes, because you're a fucking pedo. Get in the chipper, bitch.
That's literally the Vosh argument, isn't it?
Vosh can get in the fucking chipper too. Though we're gonna need a bigger chipper because he's a fat cunt.
Is that Vosh? Is that Vosh? Is that his one of his secret accounts, burner accounts?
This one might be. Dylan, I'm horny, let's do it. Hashtag IRL Shoda. Hashtag MapTWT.
No.
Hashtag
Why?
MapNSFWTWT. Hashtag MNSW. Hashtag MapFriendly. Hashtag CNC. Hashtag Cartography TWT. Hashtag Cartography TWT. Hashtag Rape King. Hashtag Extreme King. Hashtag Pedo Daddy. Hashtag Pedo Friendly.
Rape King?
Rape Kink, yes.
I think you said
Hey,
rape
I agree
king.
with what
I'm like,
Apple
what the fuck is a rape king?
said there. I like Apple's response. Fuck no, we are going to beat you to death.
Yeah. So,
a rape king clearly is probably
feminist?
Rape
already not
king or
yeah,
king?
king.
Kink.
I was going to make a joke and then we've talked over it, so never mind.
and then, of course, I've got a
Sorry,
picture
sorry.
that says, send anything, illegal or legal, this person is horny. And then, it has been blurred out, but we can see the cum shots coming up at the top, and this is clearly supposed to be some kind of lolly and slash or child, and they've had to censor out what must be the ass and the pedophile fucking them. Now, this image itself shouldn't be illegal. However, this person's clearly a pedophile. I'm going to get the chipper.
Agreed. Where is your shotgun, Callum? Where you left it? Could you please get it?
Well, the government took the shotguns away because they were afraid that they were the pedophiles that they'd get used on.
Well, on the bright side, since we now can't take him out quickly, we just have to use what we got. Get your pans and forks, guys. We gotta make do. Even if they remove the tools we need, doesn't mean we can't not do the work.
Yep, UCYIB1 says, non-status, verified.
You know, I keep thinking with John A's, we're gonna need a bigger wood chipper. I just keep remembering the snow plows for trains up in Canada where they're just brain-sized snow blowers. It's like, just line all the pedos up on the track and just take a run at them.
If you scroll a bit further down, I found one that's like obviously from a Vosh burner account.
well, here's another one.
Yeah.
Ex-offender flags plus mascot. Ex-offender Emu Bailey. This flag was made with ex-CSEM users / ex-child abusers in mind, but anyone can use it if they classify themselves as an ex-offender. Also, I don't know how to link paraphilia flags and more, so if someone could do that, I'd be grateful.
Get in the chipper, bitch! Offenders.
I'm afraid to
What
ask
is
what the fuck. I'm afraid to ask what the fuck CSCM is.
Child sexual exploitation material. Child porn.
Did this guy just out
Why do we
himself?
need flags for everything?
Well, I mean, if the pedos want to walk around with flags, I'm going to be having a great time up here in the bell tower.
Well, sure.
Ah, the American gets that one.
Oof.
Lovely. I mean, I don't have a high-powered rifle, but I do work in an area where several sharp objects are around.
That was literally at my fucking at the university I went to.
Oh God.
That's why we weren't allowed in the fucking tower when I went there.
Dear.
Oh, stars. Okay. Well, if I ever find out who this guy is, there's gotta be one less person around.
Yep, and of course they've got a furry avatar.
To all furries out there, this is now part of your thing. Purge it.
Yeah, like the furries
always
need to
was.
start. The furries need to chase out the pedophiles. And
They need to take on pedophiles like they took on Antifa.
Mythos says, "Okay,
Go,
this
go,
is
go.
revolting and depressing." Yep.
That's why it's black pills with Bezic.
Although this is not watch. This is the thing.
Oh no, this is like a game show format. We've got the introduction. Now we're into the non-swatch. Who's gonna win this one?
Oh dear.
This is a different kind of Jeopardy.
So let's see. Going to pass that one up because that will have Trim saying
here's
super
the
spicy
boss.
words.
Here's the Bosch one.
What?
We found the Bosch one. Go
What?
on.
Oh fuck! This is the Vosh one. God damn it!
No, the exploitation one.
Ah,
I promise I will not go ape shit.
No.
It's one
I
from
will
that
not go
comic
ape shit as
version.
long as Second is the one who reads it. I promise, hand on my heart.
well, we'll get Second to read that one next. So, which one are you talking about, Second?
I'm talking about the one with the chronic person or whatever.
Oh yeah, we read that one a moment ago.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you said was the Bosch murder?
Yeah.
Yes.
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. Well, we're going to read this one, and I am going to hover over the mute button on Trim. Right.
I promise. I made a promise. But you should probably, just in case.
So,
I'm
Ethel.
only human.
PM's always open. Please hit me up. Looking for good zoo stuff. RS says cool. Someone else using dark web? Ethel says, nah, it's abundant on the regular web. Smitty says, like child porn. Ethel says, mm-hmm. RS asks, how are you finding CP on the regular web? Smitty says, I make my own. RS says, do you mean you have sex with kids? Smitty says, sure.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Oh boy, that was.
By the way,
something,
the first response to that tweet, go back. The first response to that tweet is beautiful.
I found a box of pills that cures pedophilia.
Two in the head and one in the neck.
Yeah.
No.
See, I managed to not say anything incriminating. I'm proud of myself.
The thing is, you go with a gut shot, and that way they suffer for about 3 hours.
Make sure to hit their stomach. All the acids melting all their insides.
Yeah, so here we've got a 16-year-old, fuck, I don't think I've ever been this drunk. And then a 20-year-old saying, don't forget to drink water. So, yep, we have adults screaming kids on Twitter.
Wait, how do we know that one is? Oh, okay, they're content. I see.
What?
Okay, I was gonna say, how do we know that that's the type of relationship that's going on there? And then the second one.
Yep, a birthday present for
the
the
big-
most
yeah.
adorable being in this universe. And then the 20-year-old
Yeah,
says,
oh,
"Oh,
that's
thank you so
fine.
much, babe." Mwah.
That's so fucking weird.
Okay.
Because, like, minus that context, telling someone, like, reminding someone who's drunk to drink water is, like, a virtuous thing to do. But, like,
Not when there's no virtue in the individual saying it.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be the nicest and most virtuous person in the world, but once you become a pedophile, all that virtue is just yeeted out the window. And you
humanity.
get into wood. Yes. Your humanity card has been rescinded. That's a reward, right?
Oh, God. So,
Why?
okay, we're moving away from that one to more pedophiles.
That was bestiality.
So, do you know what segment is coming up next? Well, it's the Sultans of Shadilay presents Nonce Watch.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Just do that segment.
Yes.
We're going
did-
in for an
we
extended
did
session.
so much noncery, we need twice.
Twice the nonce.
So, who saw the man in lingerie playing with Lego at the museum next to the kids?
Real
No.
Museum said they couldn't do anything about this?
Yes. The nonce.
What do you mean you can't do anything about this? It's a grown guy in lingerie playing with kids.
Also, if it was a woman dressed like that, throw them out too!
Holy fucking shit.
So they've got
Yeah, this deserves its own intro.
they've got pink shin-high boots, fishnet stockings, panties, strap skirt, strap top, and a jacket on.
Oh, well, the jacket makes everything okay.
Christian morality is starting to sound pretty okay, isn't it?
Oh, it
As
is.
long as we don't go Puritan, I'm okay with it.
I don't know.
Although
Puritans
then I'm not so
sustain-
sure.
Puritans aren't looking
willing
that
to
bad.
make
As long as I get to keep the internet and video games and air conditioning.
Yeah, but they're going to tax each piece of glass in your
Oh,
house.
fuck them then. So
Hey,
let's
that means we
look
just
at
don't
the
need to do
article.
class anymore.
So, safe place. Australian Museum defends allowing men in lingerie play with Lego at children's event. The Australian Museum has defended allowing a man in women's lingerie to play with Lego next to children after one woman slammed as disgusting. It
Only
is
one
fucking
woman?
disgusting.
Only one woman slammed it. It's disgusting. Where was everyone else?
They were probably, clapping and cheering and saying, "Yeah, you go, girl."
Either that or fucking seething and holding themselves away in order to avoid
I-
the mess.
Clearly, it must have been some day of the week when all the dads were at work.
All the manly dads, you mean?
Oh, this is true. These fucking pedos. Every fucking where you look, just pedos trying to molest children.
What I don't get is the museum's stance on all this. It's like, wait a minute. This is clearly a threat to the environment you're trying to set up here. Oh, but that's okay.
Children need to be
Museum's
quiet
like,
for
we don't
diversity.
want to be cancelled.
It does seem like that, doesn't it?
Pussies.
They
I'll
are.
be right
Yep.
back.
The absolute fucking state of Australia.
Ugh.
This is what you get when you get your second jab. It's men in fetish wear playing with kids.
Yep.
And allow the government to take your guns away.
Oh dear.
This is what happens to America as soon as they give away their guns. See them
Never-
try this in the fucking red states.
Yeah.
Just
Never
gonna
give
do
up
a
your
lot
guns.
Of fucking cocking guns.
Never give up your guns, boys. And Gregory's updated his image. It's getting the chipper bitch now.
Lovely.
Yes.
Yes.
I like Gregory.
Oh dear. Student History says also there's all those lovely videos of Orthodox priests blessing tanks. I'm sure they'd bless the holy wood chipper.
One would hope.
Indeed.
Okay, if I'm getting rich, I'm getting my own wood chipper and just naming it the pedo treatment facility, and I'm gonna get a priest to fucking bless the shit out of it.
Yep, you might have to take it to Russia, but I'm sure you can. So, the Australian Museum in Sydney, well, there's your fucking problem, has decided offering a safe place where everyone feels welcome, except children, after a man wearing women's lingerie was photographed playing with Lego next to children. The photos were taken at a Nights at the Museum event in April and was shared on to Twitter by a user with the handle Sydney Radfam earlier this month. They show a man wearing black fishnet stockings, pink boots, and women's underwear, sitting with another person wearing a top hat, also a second pedophile, playing with Lego blocks surrounded by young children.
Yeah. There is fucking pedo in here.
Yep. You let a male in fetish gear play in the kids' Lego pit during the school holidays, the woman said. When I spoke to security, they said they could do nothing and pointed me to the organiser. He's sitting there with his full package out. Disgusting.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not much of a package, so at least there's that.
Yeah, one Twitter user wrote, man in fetish clothes wants to play with children and the museum are too chicken to remove him. I'm shocked that the parents didn't pick him up by the hair and kick him into next week. He was poking the hornet's nest. Yep, it's a fetish. Another said, back in the day I worked on an adventure playground and this Herbert would have been ejected from it in double quick time. Oh, excellent. Oh, thanks for the blown up picture of his crotch.
Lovely.
So here, yep,
Lovely.
there we have the picture of their friend, which is again appears to be in a skirt and fishnet stockings, and may or may not also be a man. But it could just be a female pervert.
So we all agree that these two would make a fine addition to the wood chipper pile, right?
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah,
course,
I'm gonna. Oh boy.
yeah.
Sorry.
And of course, the museum said the safety of our visitors and staff is our top priority, and we have policies, procedures, security, and Australian Museum staff in place to ensure this. Please explain how you're protecting the children from pedophiles.
Well,
I'm
they're
not
protecting
them
pedophiles from adults.
Pedophiles, of course.
Ardent
Yeah,
Party
you protect
says,
pedophiles from parents.
yeah, well, that's what the government's been doing for years. Ardent Party says, that strikes me as line testing. Seeing how close to the limit it can get, this is symptomatic of a build to offending. That person should be on a watch list. Well, no, that person shouldn't be on a watch list. Because they...
And a wood chipper.
Yes. They can't molest kids if we hang them. And then...
Oh, I have a new one. We hang them, and then we throw the line of the hang line into the wood chipper, strangling them while they go in.
Yep. But it gets... Wait! But wait! It gets worse!
Great.
Oh, thank you. I don't want another.
So, the museum
Too bad
also
for that
said
story.
the images shared by the Sydney Radfam Twitter account were taken nearly 3 weeks earlier at approximately 8 PM during a Nights at the Museum event. Multiple members of our security and programming team spoke with her on the evening following the concerns she raised regarding two people wearing fancy dress.
Fancy dress.
Fancy dress.
Fancy. That's the word they choose, huh?
The teams investigated and confirmed that the individuals in fancy dress were keeping to themselves and had not interacted with anyone else in the area that was open to all. Not interacting with anyone else as they sit amongst a collection of children with their junk out, playing with Lego. And yes, kitty noises.
Yay.
Kitty noises.
Oh, I'm not gonna say what I want to say.
Yes,
But you
probably
all
for
know me well enough. You all know me well enough.
the... Yeah,
I'm just gonna put it at that.
yeah. Other children in the area were supervised by their own parents and received no complaints other than the one raised by the only sane woman in the building. The Australian Museum fully addressed her complaints on the night of the event.
No, they didn't.
Clearly they didn't.
But they didn't. They're just sitting there fucking...
They were like, nothing we can do. Not our problem.
Who cares if
I
there's
just
a
like
man
to watch.
sitting there showing his panties to children so they can see his bulge?
I mean, voyeurism is a thing, I guess.
But Isaac wants to get the chipper out. Isaac's got the chipper out. Ah, dear. Oh, to ensure all visitors feel comfortable at future nights at the museum events, the brick play pit will be designated as a children's only area. Oh, so you're not going to update the fucking dress code to make sure we can't see your fucking panties? For fuck's sake, you pedophile sympathizers.
Google's verifying nonsense yet again.
Yep.
What a surprise!
So let's just see if there's anything else from the other. Oh, here we go. Some extra information. So, pictured in a midriff top and miniskirt outfit, accessorized with fishnet stockings and a suspender belt. Sitting next to a man dressed in similar attire. Two male pedophiles fucking hanging around the kids.
And the museum's like, we don't see a problem.
It's fine. It's all fine.
Yeah, well,
We
I
are
think we should...
tolerant
don't be
here
a
at the
bigot.
museum.
I'm starting to
Don't
think
be
that
a
maybe we should
bigot.
seize the computers and the phones of everybody who works at the fucking museum. Added Party says that isn't pedo-sympathizing, it's collaboration. Yes.
You know what the French did with collaborators after the war?
Mm-hmm.
Violated?
Well, we'll just leave it for the audience to decide.
I do believe it included something sharp, weighted, and then a short fall. And then there was some rolling or
not
something.
quite. They were far more utilitarian about it after the end of the Second World War.
Oh.
Ah, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought about after the French Revolution. I forgot.
Yes.
There's so many conflicts.
yeah.
French have been fucked. My bad.
Yeah, just seeing if there is any new information in any of the articles.
To be honest, having served so many French guests this trip, and with how much of a pain in the ass they've been to service, I'm just gonna say that some of the conflicts they deserved at this point.
Yeah. Ardent Party, you believe the French put collaborators where maps go? You are correct.
Yep. Student of History said, and this is why people think men being nice to kids is a diddler, because this sort of shit is ignored. Yeah, where the fuck... Like, where the fuck were the group of fathers to throw march these idiots out the window? Sorry, a door. Totally door, not the third floor window.
No, window is... no, the window is better. You get extra points for the smaller exit.
Well, less damage has to be repaired.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you can manage to get a Tom and Jerry reference in there by making a person shape a hole in the wall, then, again, more points.
Oh, dear.
You know, I'm surprised that the woman who complained wasn't arrested and harassed by the police.
This isn't England yet.
Yes.
Yet.
You know what would happen if it was in England? They would have.
Yeah, they would have arrested.
The police would have gone out, torn
Would
their
have been a hate
clothes
crime.
off, and started twerking with this guy.
Oh yeah, with their rainbow helmets. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Their helmets covering their privates.
Yes, they're nonce
Trim,
helmets.
stop with the word pictures. Just no.
I have to suffer, so will you.
You're
My
spending an
dear
extra week on the boat.
I am actually spending an extra week on the boat.
You son of a bitch! We need you back on land with a stable internet connection, damn it.
I'm sorry, but my brother is goddamn marrying, and I have to attend. This is the
No, you
only
don't.
way.
Oh, yeah.
But I have a good point back. I will be having an extra week of free time as well. So
Ooh,
you know.
excellent.
You better be playing Valheim, Mr. Trim.
Yeah,
Oh, what are
yes.
you saying? I have to work extra? Oh no, what a shame.
Trim, we know where you work. I can and will get a boat and kidnap you.
I'm sure.
Actually,
I just see Bezek coming up alongside the boat on like a jet ski or something. Like, I'm here for the boat, chef.
I think I'd rather
chuck
see
him over
Bezek with
the
a U-boat.
side.
Just helicoptering him.
Hand
Hand over the boat, Sheridan.
It's in a fucking dinghy.
Like an illegal immigrant. Yeah.
You've seen that you've all seen the movies where the seals just climb up the side of the boat in the middle of the night. It'll be kind of like that.
Yeah, that'll be fun to see. But we do have people who, at the middle of the night, walk around the ship with a high pressure water hose, just watching the windows. It's like, oh hey.
Oh dear.
So you could just go in the main entrance.
Yeah.
You don't need to do any
What's the
Navy
fun
SEAL
in that?
things.
What's the fun in that?
True. But hey, it's safer in Norwegian waters. At least it's not full of creatures that have an intense hatred for every life around them, wanting to do nothing but to murder.
I mean, if I'm in the water,
Like
it
the
will
English Channel?
There, I got it.
be.
One's broken.
Hey, was he ever fixed?
uh,
I was a broken man.
oh dearie me.
That was a pretty good one. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to.
Oh dear.
But then again, if we get Bezek a boat, we need to help him over the Atlantic just so he can, fulfill his dream of becoming a trans-Texan.
Well, if I take my boat to Mexico,
Get a spray-on tan.
well, by the time I get the boat from Australia to Mexico, I should be good.
And you'll have
You need to
plenty of
work on your
time
broken
to learn
accent.
Spanish.
No habla inglés?
See.
Oh no, it's getting worse.
Speaking of things that are getting worse, Australia! Let's talk about the election.
Yay! Wait, there's an election there?
Yeah. Well, yes,
Are
so.
you still pretending to be a democracy?
Yeah, they're still pretending we're a democracy.
Huh.
Hmm.
I don't know whether to be surprised or impressed.
Well, they haven't gone...
Depressed.
They're still pretending. Give it a
There.
couple of years. We may not make it to the next one.
Yeah.
We've got 4 years to the
Depressed.
next cycle. So, plenty of time for them to fuck everything up.
Ugh.
So, let's start with how fucking stupid the Electoral Commission were. So, the Electoral Commission tells COVID cases they may not be able to vote in the election. That's right. They were going to disenfranchise people.
But they said they would never do this.
Also, this is Australia.
Wink, wink.
where if you don't show up for to vote, you get fined. Because voting is mandatory in the Democratic People's Republic of Australia.
So you get fined for having
You can
COVID.
vote. You have different choices on what to vote for, but it's the same name and all the tags.
Yep, well that's it. Would you like to vote for Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-un?
Ooh, but I like Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
There's clearly only one choice.
I hope Kim
to make here.
Jong-un is running this year.
Yeah, so our election
At least
was
you get less fun.
Saturday, which is technically yesterday for those of us living in plus 10 GMT. So you had until Tuesday at 6 p.m. to apply to vote via phone if you were a COVID case. So what the fuck were you meant to do between Tuesday and Saturday if you tested positive? Answer, go fuck yourself, was what you were supposed to do.
You should have known that you were gonna get COVID and have registered to vote by phone in advance, obviously.
Or they could have just prayed to Fauci.
Yeah.
Oh, holy science! Let me
If
go
you had
out
been
and cast my
quadruple
vote for Kim
boosted,
Jong-un.
this wouldn't have happened.
The thing is, you have to risk getting a heart attack.
Of course.
Or you might get fined for not voting.
Well, I'm just getting my emails up so I can get that out in a second. But so they changed their mind after an independent candidate threatened to sue them.
Lovely.
As they should have.
Yep. So telephone voting rules changed to allow Australians with COVID to vote in federal elections. It's like, no shit, they fucking better have. It's like, how fucking stupid could you be?
Of course, they all voted for Kim Jong-un, so.
Indeed.
I mean, the women here literally look the same, only with varying degrees of Asian.
Well, apparently Kim Jong-un's sister was running for election anyway.
With a toast in her mouth.
Oh, dear. George! Kitty!
Oh.
He is being utterly ridiculous at the moment.
What's he doing?
So his
I'm-
normal self.
I was trying to play Eco while we're chatting, and George has decided that no, he's gonna lie draped across my forearm, so I can now no longer reach my keyboard.
His forearm, not yours.
Exactly. Everything that is yours is actually George's. George's
No.
property. I just imagine George as Immortan Joe just pointing at his phone. My property.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see the full line. Those are my disco. That's my property. Meow.
Oh,
Get in the
dear.
car.
So, the utter stupidity that they came out with in the mean... Oh, fuck, I've got to open this.
Oh, George
boy.
is being adorable.
Oh, dear. Gregor Peace is sending us more memes.
That's great.
Bezik's on it, got a jet ski, bitches!
Freedom.
Oh, Jeff! Get back here, Bob Jeff! It's Valheim time! You told me you'd be back a week ago!
Okay.
Oh.
So on Friday morning, so literally the day before the election commission said it reckoned the problem would be fixed by allowing anyone who tested positive after 6 p.m. last Friday to use telephone voting. How the fuck did it take them that long to figure that shit out? It's been 2 years of fucking COVID. What did they think people were going to do if they tested positive?
Well, clearly they were going to not, just going to show up and vote and get everybody infected and get fined and then sent to a concentration camp.
Yeah, exactly. Absolute
They always
fucking
do.
idiots. So the fix follows strong criticism from Australians prevented from having their say in the election and a legal threat from the independent candidate for Kooyong, wherever the fuck that is, Monique Ryan. Scott Morrison, so the scum-sucking douchebag who used to be Prime Minister, may still be, but we'll check the election results in a moment. So he confirmed eligibility had been expanded to prevent disenfranchisement of COVID-positive people. And again, how the fuck did it take them this long to figure that out? He said, and the idiot said, we've been waiting on the electoral commissioner. Special Minister Say has been working with the commissioner in recent days and been waiting for his advice on how he believes this can... What the fuck did you idiots think was going to happen? You knew when the eligibility ended and when election day was. And you're still allowing people to test for COVID. What the fuck did you think they were going to do if they tested positive? You fucking retards.
But they're brilliant and progressive. Come on.
So, speaking of how Australia is screwed, let's have a look at the election results.
Kitty.
So, it's not looking good. Yeah, so Scott Morrison, also known as Scumbag, and Dipshit, has conceded defeat, which means this is roughly the equivalent of the Democrat Party conceding to AOC's brand new woke party.
Yay.
Lovely.
Granted, the
Wow,
party
you
that's...
are fucked.
Yeah, so the party that's won is called the Australian Labor Party, who they used to theoretically represent workers, but they haven't done that in decades.
So
And
like
they're the
Labour
ones...
Party, then.
Yes, so they're the ones who were responsible for the world's longest lockdown.
Yay.
But politically, like in America, you've got the choice between the Republicans who are like, they've got a bunch of problems, but okay, fine, they'll do, and the Democrats just like, ew. No, in Australia, you've got your choice between Democrats and fucking brain dead communist shitbags.
We're gonna have to rescue Bezic.
Yeah, usually YB1 says Australian politics is basically left versus far left. Don't even have a right-wing option. Well, not a serious one. We do have a right-wing party. But unfortunately, they're right-wing, which means that they are the victim of the media.
Media's favorite punching bag.
Yep, let's just...
Wasn't there actually like a former like Australian Prime Minister who was like based and had a conversation with Jordan Peterson, or am I tweaking?
I have no idea.
Maybe.
I think you're tweaking clearly.
Yes! Just look at my shows again. It is beautiful.
Oh, dear.
Bezic has become the new Prime Minister, folks.
Student of History says, hope there isn't a KY jelly shortage in Australia because the new PM is probably going to drag you into an alley for the next good while. No. The Liberal Party, the previous party, are the ones that fucked you up the ass with lube. The Labor Party thinks that lube is capitalist and is good for workers, so they get rid of it.
George, why are you looking at me like that?
Because you're his property?
Oh, dear. So what do we have next? Ah, yes, the fact...
Okay, I found it. It wasn't like a former prime minister. It was a former deputy prime minister.
Oh.
John Anderson.
Yeah, well, but basically Australia's just screwed.
I feel
Then
bad.
again, he was only in office until 2005. So
Yes, I remember 2005, back when I didn't know enough to want to destroy the planet.
as soon as fucking Mad Max got mentioned, I was just thinking of that fucking guy with like the flamethrower guitar.
Yeah, the dude warrior.
One of the funniest parts of that movie is when they're hopping around on shit. He like beats like the shit out of the guitar guy, takes his guitar, beats someone else over the head, and then jumps off. And the guitar guy who got like the crap beaten out of him and his guitar tape just like grabs his guitar and continues to just jam out.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Hey, he had his priorities in order, and the Doof Warrior is a god in that series. Just saying. Don't fuck with the Doof Warrior.
Oh, dearie me. So yeah,
So I'm
Australia's
starting
pretty
to
much
consider
screwed.
that- Oh, sorry. I'm starting to
fuck, the
wonder one
Greens,
thing, though,
the
Bessie.
Greens have won seats too. Fuck. The Watermelons have won some seats. God damn it.
Hey, Bessa, can I ask one thing? Are
Sure.
you certain Mad Max is in the distant future and not relatively nowish?
I've been certain that it's any time now.
Yeah.
Just give it a couple of weeks here in the U.S. with our gas prices.
Oh boy, yeah.
Yeah, this is why we need horses. Because they're good transport and they mow the lawn. And you can eat kangaroos.
Yes.
The kangaroos are a bloody plague. Basically, Australia's screwed. Like, you saw all the shit that happened under the previous government, and that was the good option. Now we're left with the ones who were responsible for the longest lockdown in the world, the ones who decided they'd imprison black kids and then chase them down when they left, the ones that still haven't opened Western Australia.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's still internal border restrictions.
What?
Yep.
Holy shit, your country's a shithole!
No shit.
I didn't know this.
Yep.
I didn't want
maybe,
to know this.
maybe the Japanese should have invaded in 42.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you should have known.
Being
Like,
real would have been better.
Oh, they have changed it. You can enter from interstate without any requirements. But while you're in the state, you must wear a mask on public and passenger transport, hospitals and healthcare facilities, aged care facilities, correctional facilities. Get tested if you develop COVID-19 symptoms, register any positive test, and find out what you can and can't do. So, basically, fuck you.
Yeah, COVID symptoms when you get the basic fucking sniffles.
Student of history says, we've been saying Australia's a shithole for how long now, Trim?
yeah, this podcast is like 30% us ripping off Lotus Eaters and Lotus Eaters ripping us off. 30% Australia is a shithole, 30% non-swatch, and 10% other.
Yeah, that seems about right. But I just willfully ignore. I just willfully forget it. It's as if I just want to forget all this shit. Get on with my life.
Oh, it's time for weekly reminders for Trim.
Let's look at something slightly less depressing. The lard balls are whining again. University Public Health article pushes to cancel obesity, says weight-based approaches rooted in racism.
What the fuck is that? And wait, is that a person?
No, that is a whale.
Oh, okay.
But a front butt, just no.
Oh my god, no.
You can't tell this person that it's not healthy to be that size.
Because that's racist, even though they're white.
Clearly they identify as other.
You see why I...
Of course it's Illinois. Yeah,
Of course it's
Illinois,
Chicago. Yeah. UCY Obi-Wan says 40% non-swatch, 40% black pills with Bezic, 20% everything else. And Ardent Party says
I'm
that's a
gonna-
couch with big legs.
I'm gonna drop a couple of white pills.
Yes.
Good.
There's
So-
gonna be no
Bombs
white
away.
pills here. What are you talking about?
There are no white pills.
What kind of show do you, what kind of show do you think this is?
Well, we're not just depressive.
White pills.
Okay, so an article published by the University of Illinois Chicago School of Public Health. Fucking public health. Public health should just be fucking thrown out the window.
Defenstration, the only answer.
Nancy Pelosi banned from what?
We'll look at those in a bit. Because they do
Anything
seem
bad
quite
happening
interesting.
to Pelosi is
Wait, is
nothing.
this article we're on right now also a Daily Wire article?
Yes.
Nice.
So, an article published by the blah 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 says that focusing on preventing obesity has led to an increase in weight stigma. Good! And negative health consequences. How has it led to negative health consequences for obese people?
Yeah, that's what's causing the negative health consequences. The stigma.
Yeah, let me just put it like this.
Mm.
I am probably I'm the fattest fuck in this group, and
Trim,
I say
I
yes.
don't think the two of us put
all fat
together
shaming.
are that fat.
I mean, I look at that and I still can't believe it is real. How can you make me look fucking thin?
Well, that's
that
why.
shouldn't be physically fucking possible.
Well, remember, that thing's wider than it is tall.
Just look at the hand compared to the rest of it.
Yep.
Look at
So-
the tiny hand.
Amanda Montgomery, a registered dietitian and a member of the Collaboratory for Health Justice, claims that instead of focusing on the narrative that weight is controllable and a personal responsibility, experts need to shift towards an understanding of weight stigma as a social justice issue. Fuck it, get the
Right,
fire, we're
so-
burning the witch.
No.
No personal responsibility then. It's not my fault that I've done nothing to try and reduce
No, no, it's
not my
the
fault.
evil straight white male's fault.
Yeah, clearly.
This is
Especially the
something
one
that
pictured
was
here.
difficult, therefore it can't possibly be even slightly my responsibility.
Yes, because they're fat asses. And God forbid they do anything like, I'm a fat ass, and I know that there's a simple solution. Well, the theory's simple, the execution's hard. The theory is very simple. Eat less, exercise more. It's not a difficult concept. Doing it is harder, yes. And I'm a lazy cunt, even before I'm fat. But it's not a difficult concept. Eat less, move more.
Yep. Or
But no, it's racism. Racism's fault.
How can you
Here
get
we
this
fucking go.
bad?
Around 81% of societies historically have favoured people in larger bodies, she claims, citing research. Larger bodies signified wealth and prosperity, while thinness signified poverty and weakness. You silly bitch, we're not talking about people that weigh 700 pounds. We're talking about people that are chubby because they are wealthy and live a life of luxury.
That's not chubby. That picture that was up before that's not chubby.
that's not even
That is
human.
chubby.
That's
I'm
like
afraid to see what fat is.
Well, it's also when more plump women were considered more attractive back in the day. Like, not only was it like more of a status symbol than it was like erotic, and it's like these women would also be like wearing these like
that?
fancy like stylish dresses or something, not like running around in bikinis with their folds flapping around.
Yeah, but again, we're not,
They'd
the
be
people
plump.
we're
They
talking about
wouldn't be-
aren't fat. We're talking about plump. We're talking about thick women. Because chances are, if you want to have kids, the slightly chubbier woman is going to have a better time through pregnancy in winter.
Mhm.
Like, it's not fucking difficult to understand.
It's almost like there's a biological imperative to say, yes, that woman looks like she'll be able to pop out 7 kids for the farm.
And again, it's
that
not
woman
fat woman
in the
because
picture doesn't.
fat people are physically repulsive. So there's got to be an evolutionary reason for that. Probably because they're going to die because they can't outrun the wolf.
Guys, chicken live shows, caffeinated century gnome, overly obese body sets, crematorium 5.
Yeah, I remember that one. I believe we've covered it before.
But I love how they're
Also,
trying
I
to say
just had to, I had to sketch, wow, I had to sketch the kitty cat. Yeah, sorry, Norwegian and English mixes together sometimes.
Yes, Student History says, yes, back in the day, a well-fed woman had a higher survival rate. Like no shit. Someone who's got a bit of extra padding at the end of autumn is probably going to have a better time during winter. Because when you go a week without food because all the rabbits are under the snow, and rabbits are just shit for eating in general.
Greasy but filling.
Mm-hmm. Get no nutritional value though.
No. You just eat rabbits for the fat.
So rabbits are basically the meat version of celery.
Yeah. I mean, having a bit of the meat, because they obviously do have protein in them, because, duh, but they've got nothing else, so they're not great for you.
No.
And as another reason, the thing that Gregory Priest points out is chubby meant they had dollars. Yes, because people who worked 12 hours on the farm for farm money weren't chubby. They also weren't and wouldn't have been anorexic. Like, there's a reason a traditional English breakfast is just massive plates filled with sausages and bread and da-da-da-da-da-da. It's because that was your meal for the fucking day. You might have some cheese and biscuits for lunch, but you weren't eating again until dinner time, and that would have been like 16 hours later.
And then there was the goddamn cursed heat.
Yeah. So then the stupid bitch says, however, this began to change due to racism and eugenics. No.
She's racist.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Also, your entire theory is based on white people. Like, black people didn't have this because they didn't have food. Where was I? So, Charles Darwin and other race scientists created a hierarchy of civilization, placing white men on top and people of colour, specifically black people. Okay, ignoring the people who actually did do that, the fuck's Charles Darwin got to do with it?
Also, now evolution isn't a thing. Okay, sure.
Well, it's a racist thing, apparently.
But
Can I just bring up something I read on the internet once? This is a really retarded one, but it's basically the same as this one, or it goes into the opposite direction with, oh, humans are actually meant to be aquatic, and we are supposed to have blubber. You see a fat chick swimming underwater. Like, I'm not saying aquatic. I mean,
I know,
like,
we're not meant to be aquatic, and I can tell you why we're not meant to be aquatic. Because we're really fucking... No, it's because if you put a baby in water, it drowns.
Well, babies actually can handle underwater for a little while, but they will drown in.
No. I mean a newborn baby, Tim. You take it...
Oh, yeah.
You stop the feminist from aborting it long enough by tying him up. Then you take the baby and you put it in the ocean. Baby sink, baby drown. That's not how aquatic animals work, you stupid bitches.
Hell, a baby will drown in an inch of water if you're not careful.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like you take the baby, you throw it in the ocean, it drowns.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
We do not condone throwing of children into water, by the way.
By comparison.
Do not condone throwing children in water.
Yeah, by comparison, dolphins are also mammals. Now, dolphins, they have fins, and when a baby dolphin is born, it swims on its own within minutes.
Also, every single dolphin is a rapist. And a psychotic killer.
Billy Blog says, I thought babies could swim. They do have some kind of, a little bit of a swimming reflex. But you can, I'm saying if you take the baby out on the boat to the middle of the ocean and go plop, baby ain't got no chance.
No. I mean, nobody fucking. We're meant to be on land, for fuck's sake. We swim sometimes.
Billy
but
Gord's
that
is
is
like,
not for long distance.
not newborns. Yeah, no. Look, you take any kid and you chuck it in the water, a mile from shore, it's going to drown. Like, sea turtles fucking hatch from their eggs on land, and then they go straight down to the water en masse, and then they can swim within minutes, immediately from birth.
Unless they're
Parenting, really,
picked
but
off
hey.
by birds.
Student of History says, within minutes, the first thing a baby dolphin does is swim to the surface. Yes. And I'm including the entire bit from when the first bit of baby dolphin comes out of mummy dolphin. Because one thing that dolphins do is dolphins actually have kind of midwives. Another dolphin will swim beneath the baby to help make sure the baby can get up.
Yep.
So let's see.
I think the only thing dolphins are nice to are people and other dolphins, mostly.
Yeah,
Everything else is on the
dolphins are
chopping block.
odd. There's no evolutionary advantage to how dolphins interact with people in the wild. It's strange. At least I don't think there is.
I think it's they're just smart and they realize that we have fucking nukes and other fucking weapons, or at least sea version of nukes. No, they just know it's big, flamey, big, shiny ball that hurts.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
This isn't Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The dolphins aren't the smart ones.
It kind of seems like it at some point. Just gonna say, compared to some of the people we've seen on this show.
Yeah, but I really think dolphins are kind of in the pedophile category. They'll just rape anything that moves.
Yeah.
Well, I like the fact that they'll get
mean, they
high and
pufferfish.
fuck pufferfish. Yeah, so where else do we go? So this silly bitch says fatness and differing body characteristics were used to justify lack of civilization. Fatness used as a marker of uncivilized behavior. What, bitch?
By her standards, we should be in the fucking Star Trek world by now.
Hold on.
It's just like no. And Bay Safe, I don't think your hashtag not all dolphins is going to fly here. And let's
Yeah,
see.
the ogres in Warhammer Fantasy is a really bad. Yeah, and they're also the only happy race there aside from orcs.
Fatness was seen as a sign of incivility. Explain why Henry VIII was a fat cunt.
I love this. I love seeing his armory. When I went through his armory when I was in London a few years back, you could see his armor as he got older, right? At first he was really slim, had that really had a regular sized cup for his balls.
You mean codpiece?
And, yeah, codpiece. We call it the susp in Norwegian. Don't ask me why. I blame the Danish. And the codpiece got bigger the fatter he got.
Yep.
Hmm.
And you can see it in the timelines.
Yeah. Just look at that one.
But, like she'd have a small argument if she took fatness out of this. Like, there were race scientists who said that the blacks are inferior because reasons. Like, those people existed, but the moment she brings in Charles Darwin or fatness, you just throw everything out because it's all bullshit.
Well,
That is
we,
eugenics. Nice.
exactly. Let's just say, one of the leading theorists on this, Margaret Sanger, set up Planned Parenthood.
Yep.
Yeah. Go think on that, internet.
Yep, and of course, this idea was maintained throughout the United States in the 19th and 20th centuries as a way to justify slavery, racism, classism, and control women through temperance. Sorry, how many fat slaves were there?
Not that many. And if they were usually the house slaves or wet nurses.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean the people that needed to produce food for babies? So convert
Mhm.
fat and carbohydrates into baby food. Crazy thought.
Mhm. It's,
It's-
it's almost
Yes,
like
in
people
live
had
shows I
ideas.
posted their evolutionary end.
Dear. So, like,
Return to monkey.
wasn't there research where anorexic women have a ridiculously high rate of miscarriage? Like, come on, you silly bitch! Like, there's evolutionary
a
reasons
lot
for
of
this.
anorexic women's menstruation actually stops. Like the body
Yeah.
stops prioritizing that.
Yep, because there's no point trying to have a kid if you can't fucking afford to feed yourself.
Mm.
You hear it, leftists? If you want to be sterile, don't eat.
Here we go.
Yep.
Let's do something that this woman has never done before and ask Google a question. Anorexia and the menstrual cycle. Blah 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 blah. For a long time, amenorrhea, a cessation of menstruation for over 3 months, is necessary in order to receive a diagnosis of anorexia. Well, there you fucking go. Part of the original diagnosis for anorexia was cessation of menstruation.
Wow.
Yeah, because the body's
Tolerable
entering
surprise.
starvation mode. It doesn't need to reproduce if its survival is
Well, that's it.
not likely.
It takes 9 months to make baby. And that
Need a lot of food when making
like
baby.
there is truth to the eating for two thing. You are literally, though that doesn't mean eating twice your intake. It means eating your intake plus approximately a baby's worth more. Like, come on, for fuck's sake. Yeah, during states of undernourishment, the body does not have enough fuel to run properly and has to prioritize which bodily functions are the most important to life. Processes that are not essential to staying alive, like growth and reproductive function, may get less energy.
Right.
Let me show you just where this was. So, you type anorexia and period into the Google tubes, and it's literally the first result after just generic eating disorder support. Like, did this bitch even try Googling this shit before she wrote? Of course not, because she's an idiot.
No. Because facts will get in the way.
But guys, she has a really good source. She made it the fuck up. The greatest of sources.
Yeah, let's have a look at this, because before I read the article, I'm willing to bet that spontaneous abortion, the body can quite often spontaneously abort babies when the woman is anorexic, because, well, there's no point raising the baby for another month if both baby and mother die. Ardent Party's like, is it just me or does it sound like Bezic pronounces it babby? Yes, I am doing that on purpose. Because
You're doing it on purpose?
Because that's the thing as well. Like the body doesn't necessarily know that it's you choosing not to eat. Like,
well, exactly.
it thinks that there's a shortage of food, that the baby would also starve. So why put all this resource into reproducing if the offspring has no chance?
Exactly. What's the point in, say you're 3 months pregnant? What's the point in carrying the baby for another 3 months? No, I said baby. What's the point in carrying back the baby another 3 months if you're at 6 months pre-medicine and then mother and baby die? When the body could choose to abort the baby, mother might survive and has a chance of making another baby later.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know this is
It's almost like our body doesn't comply with social justice.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, current research on pregnancy outcomes in women with anorexia has yielded conflicting results. Some studies report an increased risk of cesarean delivery, miscarriage, preterm birth, and small for gestational age births. Others find no association. Like, I'm gonna take a guess and say that, yeah, if you're extremely anorexic, things aren't looking good for the baby because the body is going to choose to prioritize the life of the mother because that's evolutionarily advantageous. And yes, student history, reality does have a right-wing bias. Yeah, here we go. Another article. What's the relationship between anorexia and miscarriage? So, obviously, like, it's logical that there would be... In modern times, it would be less... The relationship would be less clear because, we've got doctors and shit. But 1,000 years ago, I'd be willing to bet that an underweight woman didn't have anywhere near as good a chance with the baby. Like, especially not if the baby was born underweight.
I mean, children born to normal families didn't exactly have the highest of chances to survive.
Exactly. So anything that reduces the chances even more, like, evolution selects against shit that kills the mother. Like, evolution, which, while it isn't a specific thinking process, and people don't get it, if the mother can... If a person cannot successfully raise a child to adulthood, and again that's changed over time, to the point where they have their own children, they're an evolutionary dead end, so evolution discards them as well as their offspring.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't exactly difficult to figure out. If all the kids you have die before the age of 8, well, there's something wrong with with what you're doing. Chances are, when you're back that far, what you're doing is being in the wrong place. So let's see what else this stupid bitch has to say. So she then claims the focus...
Going back to, sorry, it's just this is like going back to the 2014's, like, destroyed by facts and logic. Minimal effort, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it takes to poke so many holes in this fucking argument that it sinks like a... I don't know. What sinks faster than this? A lead ball?
No, the person pictured at the top of this article.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, this woman claims the focus on weight ignores systemic injustice. Of course it does, you silly bitch. There's no such thing. But lifestyle factors such as nutrition and exercise are important. Well done, you're almost there. It's essential to note the historical racism and injustices within our current food environment. That's nice. You're an idiot. The US food system is built on stolen land using stolen labor from Black and Latinx indigenous people.
Wait,
Yes.
hold the fuck on. It's like, how is this land stolen from these people when it's like, no. Sorry, the land was not being used for agriculture.
Guy.
You're damn right.
The American is getting triggered.
Like, the land was not stolen.
Yeah.
It was conquered, fair and square.
Exactly.
I mean,
like,
you just did what the Indians were doing.
Well, yeah, and that's a bit of history that the left will not want to talk about, the Comanches, where it's like, look at all these other tribes trying to kill them and the white people. It's like they're working together.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But using stolen labor. Sorry, how many farmers are black?
Yeah.
I thought the stereotype of farmers was dumb white rednecks. Is that because they're white and not dumb and not rednecks?
Almost.
They came in with the thing that sinks faster than this argument. The ship that prevents a boat chef from playing Valheim. Duly noticed. Duly noted. So I guess you're gonna play Valheim in a month. Time. 20
Yes.
days.
God damn it! In a month. God damn it, Trim.
Trim, you do realise that
20
the
days,
only
give or take.
Trim, the
20
only
days.
thing you are doing in the afternoons and evenings after you get back is playing Valheim for a month.
Yep.
Ugh.
That is
Yeah, we
Trim's
can- we
entire
can-
life.
Okay, hey, if you're up for trying out a marathon, I'm game.
Oh, dear.
Oh no, you're going to be doing the marathon. They're just going to be switch hitting on you, Trim.
Yeah, fine.
Oh dear. So what? She still continues. It gets dumber by the sentence. So not only has this created a large-scale food apartheid and trauma for people indigenous to this land, it has caused a disconnection of indigenous people from their cultural practices and identities. Black and Latinx indigenous people. There are no black and Latinx indigenous people in North America.
Nope.
Like, you silly bitch. Also, large-scale food apartheid. No, you fucking idiot. She's clearly talking about the food deserts. And why they're food deserts? Because somebody keeps robbing the stores.
And burning them down every couple of years.
For economy, don't you know?
Yep, so, the silly bitch then says that public health needs a weight-inclusive approach. No, if you can't fit through the door, you don't get healthcare.
Healthcare delivered on demand.
Like, if you can't have healthcare because you chose not to get vaccinated, you can't have healthcare because you chose to be a fat cunt.
I just remembered this thing. I think we talked about this in an earlier podcast, like way back. There was two fatties that got so going in bed that they collapsed the entire side of their building.
Yeah. Yeah, dear. So, she said that bodies come in all sizes. Yes, normal, skinny, and fat. And she recommends a health at every size approach. Yeah, except reality disagrees with you, you silly bitch.
Some sizes are just not healthy.
No, too small.
Size is unhealthy.
Even too small is unhealthy. Like, we've been over this, especially for women. Like, too small is worse for women than it is for men, assuming they've reached adulthood while being at a healthy weight.
It's like, you look skeletal. That's just as bad as the human blob over here.
Well, it's almost as if evolutionarily women require a higher fat percentage than men do. It's almost as if the men have a role. What's that role again? Oh yeah, killing things.
How dare
women
you talk
want-
about biology?
Biology? Heresy!
Oh, that's right. I'm not a biologist. I can't determine the difference between a man and a woman.
But can you determine
No,
the
you
difference
can't.
between a normal person and a fat ass?
I'm not a
give you hint.
biologist.
I'll give you a hint. I can give you a hint, actually. One is able to walk properly without any, extreme cases of asthma, like breathing. While the fat person will most likely almost fall over and die from the effort of walking 100 feet.
Yeah. Oh dear. So
Or that's like anybody visiting Florida who's not accustomed to the humidity.
yeah. So she recommends a health at every size approach that focuses on the root causes of health. Okay, the root cause of your health problems is that you're a fat cunt.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do this. Guys, I hereby give, since I am the fattest guy here, and I am morbidly obese, trying to avoid that, but hey, it's a work in progress. Anyway, I'm giving you the fat card. Hereby, go and fat shame the people.
In
No,
fact,
I can only count
fat
my
shame
size
yourself.
downwards, so.
until you reach a healthy
Yeah.
weight.
Yes,
Exactly.
go ahead. Get out in the world, my friends. The fat shame from my size and down.
No,
No, even up.
fat sh-
Everything.
fat shame
everything.
from fat shame everything above the healthy weight for that individual, based on their gender and height. Because, fun fact, women generally should weigh less than men because they're shorter. But also, women should have a higher fat percentage than men of an equal height.
But not as much as the person in the picture.
Again, that person is fatter than Trim and I put together. Like, look at the size of their legs. Trim and I could probably both occupy a leg comfortably.
Dude, I could use it. Okay, only if those things are being rinsed repeatedly and purified, I would be able to use that as a fucking tent.
Yeah.
Well, you can always boil it in bleach. There you go.
If it's
Student History says the root cause of their health problems is stress on their knees, backs, hearts, lungs, and pancreases. But what's the root cause of that
because-
stress? It's called being a fat
racism.
fuck. No, it's not. No, bad disco.
oh yeah, racist.
Racism caused the stress on their knees, right? Right?
Yeah,
They gotta
dear.
run away from all those white people.
the lynching guys. Oh, by the way, I like what CSG posted in live shows. Super obese fat people to be treated at zoo because hospitals aren't equipped to treat them.
Yep. Hmm.
And you see a fucking horse laid beside one of those X-ray scanner thingies, I think.
Here we go. So she reckons that decades of research have shown that experiencing weight stinger increases one's risk for diabetes, heart disease, discrimination, bullying, eating disorders, sedentariness, lifelong discomfort in
my
one's
God.
body, and even early death. No, that's correlation, you dumb slut!
That reminds me of there was a while back this woman who was on, it was like Oprah or Ellen or something, and she's pretty fucking big, and she's like, I'm coming out about my anorexia. It's like, honey, you already beat anorexia.
It's like you need some there, you know.
I think your doctor wasn't diagnosing you with anorexia; he was prescribing it.
Yeah.
Get in the gym more, bitch!
But seriously, though,
Take 2 steps and take a walk. You fucking massive lumps of lard. Christ, I'm a fat guy and I feel skinny looking at this. It shouldn't be that way. I don't
But-
want it out like this.
But what a fucking sentence. Decades of research have shown that experiencing weight stinger increases one's risk for diabetes, heart disease, discrimination, bullying, eating disorders, sedentariness, lifelong discomfort in one's body, and even early death. Yeah. I'll
Yeah,
take
it's a stigma.
correlation, not causation, for 1,000, please.
It's oh my god, that's the cause.
No.
Well, you know,
Look,
being
just because people who are
chubby-
told to stop, put down the burger, fatty, have more heart disease, it's not because they're told to put the burger down. It's because they're a fat ass.
Oh, get off me.
Imagine being
I have
that
more respect-
fucking
I have more
stupid.
I have more respect for the fat asses who are like, oh yeah, I'm fat and I know I'm fucking hurting myself, but I just don't want to. But I accept that I'm going to live a fucking horrible, suffering life. I have respect for those idiots. And this fucking stupid bitch.
Well, guess what? We can read the article. Purpose of this brief:
Boo.
No.
recognize examples of weight bias and weight stigma in public health settings, including PhD and research. Shut up and lose weight, bitch.
Holy shit, look at her underarm. Look at her.
Her
look at
arms
that.
are bigger than my leg, and I'm a fat cunt.
If she
That
can
is-
start
She's
flying.
she's got folds like you wouldn't believe. Okay, you've never seen an underarm like that. It's gross. It's disgusting. It's flapping around everywhere. It's grosser than horse face.
Oh
okay?
god.
Gregory has a picture of the Fat Anti-Fascist Gang. FAG.
Okay, let me just put this one out there. Let me just put this one here. Bab, seems like a prime candidate for bringing back a good old country tradition.
Oh, what about
Well-
fat anti-fascist terrorists? They're fats.
Well, see, the reason they're so fat, the reason they're so fat is there's no helicopters designed that will be able to lift them up and drop them in the ocean Pinochet style.
Hey,
That's a
we
tactic.
always have the Hercules jet. We have the Hercules, no, not the jet, the Hercules transport airplane. We can drop them in bulk.
Oh dear. So
Yes,
Sh-
that's fucking ordinance. Mute, motherfucker.
So she makes one almost good point. The BMI is flawed. Yes, but for the average human, it's good enough.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Focusing on weight underdiagnoses thin people and misdiagnoses
Yeah.
larger
I
people.
mean, like, I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure,
believe
I'm
you.
pretty sure if you've got, like, what is essentially now an extra segment of your arm that's just, like, flapping around like a prehensile wing, that's it's probably not the case that most of that mass is muscle.
Yeah.
Okay?
Here's a really good one. So we're reading the 11 reasons why we should not use weight-based approaches to health. Evidence shows that diets don't work. No, shut up and eat a cabbage, you fat bitch.
Diets work. It is the willpower to continue with
Look,
the diet.
if you're
that is at
eating
fault.
celery, you shouldn't have an entire bottle of mayonnaise with it.
Oh, the problem here is simple. They can't think.
Yep.
That's it.
So
They've got too much fat on the brain.
the problem is that short-term weight loss studies indicate that participants lose 5 to 10% of their baseline weight. However, long-term studies indicate that regardless of initial weight loss, most people regain that weight after 2 years, with up to 2/3 of dieters likely to gain more weight than they lost. Right, so it's not the problem of the diet, it's that they're idiots.
Is that they have these short-term diets where they'll eat whatever it is that they're eating on the diet, and then once they start to lose a bit of weight, they let it slip and they go back to their old fucking habits again.
Yes. It's
Which is why they put it straight back on again.
Yeah, it's to do with willpower. Not the fact that diets don't work. Well, most diets are bullshit, but no, it's simple. Eat less than you burn and you'll lose weight. Like, obviously this doesn't work on socialists because they can't do basic math.
Or labor.
Yeah. Ardent Party says Fat Acceptance Team and Associated Sympathetic Socialists.
Yes.
Fat ass. Oh, here we go. Food restriction is harmful. Food restriction via intentional weight loss has detrimental effects on our physiology. No, you're an idiot. Like, did you know, you silly bitch, that if you work out the calorie intake that you would require at your ideal weight to maintain your ideal weight, and you eat that, you'll actually go down to your ideal weight eventually. It's not fucking hard.
You know, one thing is, I'm just gonna bring this up. You guys know of Dune, right? The really good book series and the actually surprising good movie. Baron Harkonnen in that movie in the book is described to be disgustingly fat. Like,
Probably
it
weighs
goes
less
on
than
and
these
on
bitches.
Yes, you see a pretty accurate depiction of how fat Baron Harkonnen is in the new movie, and he looks positively fucking skinny compared to these creatures.
Yeah. So, another reason why we should not use weight-based approaches to health. Weight cycling is bad for our health. No, shut up.
Oh shit.
It's like people who are dieting experience weight cycling. Yeah, because they're shit at their diets.
Mm-hmm. We call it yo-yo.
Yeah, yo-yo
yo-yo
dieting.
dieting.
Yeah, it is a problem, but it's all to do with willpower.
Yes, can confirm.
Yeah. Then they say, and this is a reason we should not use weight-based approaches to health, because rates of eating disorders are increasing. And it's becoming
You know what's
normalized.
probably worse for you?
Being
Remaining
fat!
morbidly obese.
Your body has less problem living if you go up and down a lot than just staying at super fat and getting fatter.
Mm-hmm. So, here we go. Here's the good one. Weight stigma is harmful to health and not controlled for in research. Because you don't understand correlation. That's not causation, it's correlation.
I'm just going to say more of this shit because again, I'm a fat fuck and this just pisses me off. The thing is, she reads this like, oh, going up and down is really bad, so we gotta stop it. No, it's not. You have to stop doing it to stay fat. It is you have to do the diet, stick to the diet, and stop going up again.
Yes.
It completely
You can't stop.
the point.
The problem is people stop the diet when they hit the weight and then eat whatever they want. No, you have to stay on the diet forever until it becomes natural. So,
Yes.
so the dumb
It's a
bitch.
lifestyle change.
Yeah. So the dumb bitch says that weight stigma is a risk factor for inflammation, stress, and high blood pressure, increased blood sugar and risk of type 2 diabetes, depression, anxiety, lower self-esteem, and higher body image dissatisfaction, disordered eating behaviors, eating disorder symptoms, and weight gain. No, that's the risk factors of being fat, you silly bit. She's literally listed all the things that being fat is a risk factor for, and then got, oh, that's weight stigma. You're an idiot, and in fact, you should be imprisoned for what you're trying to do to people.
I would love to be able to just figure out how they think, but I think it'd just be like
I don't think
constant
they
circus
do.
music loop.
Echo, just an echo, an infinite echo that just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, and so another reason is when we focus on weight, we're not being trauma informed. Who fucking cares? Shut up. Higher weight is not cause. Oh, here we go. Higher weight is not causal to worse health outcomes. Ah, yes. The 600-pound woman who can't get through her front door doesn't have worse health outcomes than the. I'm going to have to use kilos. The 50-kilo woman. Because I don't use freedom units. I use
Real
French.
We.
The metric system is the only good thing that came from the French.
Yes, at least the
No,
metric.
it's not. No.
No, the metric metric at least means that you can convert between solids and liquids and distance.
You don't need to do that.
Yes, you
don't
do.
need to know.
Kinda do.
All right, so how many gallons per hour can you cross the ocean?
What's a gallon?
Oh, sorry, I didn't go French.
Temperature liter. Liter.
How many kiloliters per mile? Or
Sorry, we were speaking in based American, not degenerate.
having difficulty conversion to French units.
I don't see it as French units anymore. I see it as Norwegianly appropriated, and the proper appropriation. The ones we did when we enriched you back.
Holy
in the
shit!
old days.
Ardent Party says a gallon is over $10 in Canada.
Oh,
Thanks, Biden.
Is that?
Not even surprised at this point.
Blame Canada. Blame.
I swear it goes up every time I pass the petrol station. It's more.
So, here in the
Biden is
States,
the only president who has actually fucked me over because he's made gas prices so fucking high. We didn't have this under Trump.
no.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We'll wait for this load. Fuck off, Google.
Biden is trying to make gas prices as high as his son Hunter.
Fucking. Oh, we're fucked.
Does this thing want to fucking load? No, it doesn't. Stop being gay.
How gay are we?
The tweet appears to be
like the British.
The tweet appears to be broken in the article. Just.
Are we talking about the Doctor Who fanboy level of gay, or are we talking like Lawn and Police gay?
X-ray of 900. X-ray of 900-pound man. But basically, let me see if I can get this image.
I can screenshot it to you and.
No, I can just bring the image up separately. But being fat isn't bad for your health. It couldn't possibly have a ridiculous impact on your
Yes.
bones, if nothing else.
I'm just big boned.
No, you're not. You're
Nobody's
fat.
big boned.
I just can't. I just fucking can't with this. You know how his arms is held up?
Well, he's probably
That
laying
must
on his
be-
back.
Yeah, but even that is fucking strenuous for that guy.
Like, this guy allegedly weighs 900 pounds. I think we worked it out that I'm a bit under 200 pounds. And even that laying on my back, the gut is enough to, not massively, but to decrease my ability to breathe by a bit. Like, if you were laying on your back and you were that heavy, I don't think you could breathe.
No.
How do you take a shit with that? How do you wipe your ass?
You
With
don't.
that
Yeah,
The
probably
shitting's
does it.
easy.
You can't.
Your carer probably does it for you.
Yeah, because there's
Like,
no...
if you're that size,
God.
you're probably not looking after yourself.
Oh God, I hope not, because that's like awkward as fuck. It's not a good feeling to have someone else wipe your ass.
Well, unless that's your kink and you're on
No,
Twitter.
no, no. Standards. We need standards.
Ah,
Brett,
dear.
Down, Virginia boy. Down.
Yeah.
So, speaking of doctors being completely fucking useless, the doctors in England have gone even dumber. They demand to work
Is
from
that
home and
possible?
diagnose patients by computer on wheels.
What?
Yes. NHS hospital consultants have demanded the right to work from home as doctors claim patients can be assessed via a computer on wheels because they've gone lazier than I ever would have thought possible.
Isn't the NHS already responsible for, like, killing several people and now they're doing this?
The NHS is responsible for killing more than several. And remember, they're always stressed and then they fire a bunch of nurses.
Leading to more deaths.
Oh, the British Medical Association, well, we've established already that they're idiots, said that the government failed in its duty of care to doctors during COVID. The ability of... So they highlight some practical positive changes to health service over the past 2 years, including the chance for staff to work remotely. The ability of some doctors to work remotely at certain times in pandemic should be acknowledged, and a hybrid working model for doctors more seriously considered within the... No, shut up, you lazy cunts.
No, they need to do their TikTok dances, guys. No, we can't treat people. We need to do TikTok dances.
Yeah. Lazy fucking bastards. No. See
No,
people
I think
in
England should
person.
be a suicide. I think England should be the dream place, or at least London should be the dream place for anyone wanting to kill themselves. I mean, you try to kill yourself, and you die because they won't fucking help you.
Yeah, unless you're something a protected group.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then they'll fucking go through hell and high water.
Well, remember that article
Mhm.
we saw a couple of weeks back where women in pain couldn't get the hormones they needed because they were too busy giving them to men?
Hmm.
Oh. I'd just forgotten that. You had to remind me. Thank
Yes.
you.
But I'm pretty sure they've done research on this already and that deaths go down when doctors actually see their patients in person. Like, the more involved doctors are with their patients, the better healthcare the patient gets.
Like, how could you possibly, like, properly diagnose someone if you can't see them in person?
Well, that's the stupidest thing. They're going, oh, we're special because we're doctors. No, all it means is that a fucking nurse is going to have to do all the checks for you. And instead of the doctor going, say, and I'll take your temperature. No, some fucking nurse is going to have to stand there and do that. Like, at that point, why not get rid of the fucking doctors and keep the nurses?
Mhm.
Like, I'm pretty...
I've
we'll just...
noticed there's a big push towards nurse practitioners here in the States. So
Well, they're infinitely
see that
less
trend going
useless
everywhere.
than so many fucking doctors. And that's the thing. You don't really need to see a GP to get a sick note because you got a cold. Here's your prescription for paracetamol. Fuck off. Also, your boss is a cunt and he should go fuck himself. like all good doctors, anytime I've gone in to get a sick note because I've had a cold or something, all good doctors have been like, why the fuck are you here? God fucking damn it. Like, you shouldn't be here. Like, you know you've got a cold. I know you've got a cold. You know that the treatment is stay the fuck home, drink fluids, and rest. Like, you are helping nobody by being in a doctor's surgery with old people.
But you've got to spread the love, man.
Like, of all the stupid shit.
The Chinese love.
Like the fact that every time you need, like it's one thing if you've had a lot of sick leave, but like for that one time a year when you come down with a cold, because you come down with a cold and it's like, well, I guess I'm not going to work today because I could probably work, but I'll be less effective and my friends will get sick. Like,
And all your friends are like, please stay off. Like, it'll be more work for us to do, but I don't want that shit.
Well, no, it won't be more. It may be more work for us to do for the 2 days you're away, but it'll be less work for all of us to do when the rest of the team is off sick next week if you come in. Well, like, that's the trade-off. The whole team has to take on one extra person's work for a couple of days, compared to that one person having everyone else's work when he infects them and recovers before they do.
No, but he hopes to make sure that there's so little people left that they'll just pause the entire thing.
Yeah.
Or get interned.
But the worst thing for someone with a cold or flu to do, unless they actually need medical care, is to go to the doctors. But, like, there is no value in going to the doctor. You know what to do. Chicken soup and bed rest. And drink more water. It's not difficult. All you need to do is just rest until your body kicks the virus's ass. Like, even if you're 80, you probably just need to rest. Like, take a couple of drugs to get the symptoms to fuck off and play video games all day. Like, that's what everyone my age does when they get sick. You take your cold and flu tablet so your nose stops making you want to shoot yourself, and the fever goes down, and then you're laughing because
tablets?
you're laughing.
Tablets?
The cold and flu tablets, the ones that have paracetamol to lower the fever and the pain. And then the really important drug that stops your nose from running. Like, after the fever, the worst thing for me is the nose constantly running. So just take your cold and flu tablet so the symptoms kind of fuck off, and then play video games, and get your partner, if you're lucky enough to have one, to bring you some chicken soup. It's not difficult. Just stay the fuck away from other people so you're not sharing the love. Because
Sounds like you would hate being on the boat there, on the boat then, because the air in this boat is so dry that you end up getting the sniffles all the time, which was hell during the COVID era, a time when they're like, you have to test yourself if you have any sniffles.
Well, that's a thing that just pisses me off in general about the workplace, as usually why IBD1 points out. You probably have to get the doctor's excuse for it. You shouldn't fucking need that the first time each year. Like, if it's the first time you've been off sick that year, and there's not like a fucking 3-day weekend, like, if it's clear you're not taking the piss, like, you shouldn't need to go to the doctor. All going to the doctor does is exposes the doctor and everyone in the waiting room to whatever version of the cold you've got this week. Like, oh, also, it turns out that people voluntarily stay home when they're sick if their bosses aren't cunts.
Whoops. Practical things happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Student history says
Wow, how
ibuprofen,
convenient.
nasal
How convenient.
decongestants, soup, and Powerade. Yeah, that's basically all it is. Keep your hydration up and you're fine. Like, take some paracetamol to lower the temperatures, take something for your nose so you don't want to shoot yourself, and make sure you hydrate. It's not fucking complicated. But no. Clearly you need to go to a doctor so they can inspect you and make sure you've got the flu. And they take one look and you go, yep, you've got the sniffles. Oh, Like,
Why the fuck are you here? Go away.
any general practitioner can take one look at you from the other side of the fucking waiting room and go, that person's got cold/flu. Why the fuck are they here? Go home, rest, fuck off. Like, it's not difficult to diagnose someone with a cold. You should only be seeing a doctor if it's a really bad case of the flu, or for some reason you're having a really bad time with it, or it's going on for like more than a couple of days. Like, everyone's had the 3-day fucking flu, and everyone's like,
it's one of those. If somebody's got a fever that goes too high, well, yep, you should go. But
and again, you shouldn't be going to a general practitioner. You should be staying home unless you need emergent medical treatment, in which case you should be fucking off to the emergency room.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing a general practitioner can do for you if you've got a cold or flu. Because they're not going to give you antivirals for the flu. And they can't give them to you for a cold.
Yep.
And another thing and something that companies don't realize when they've got you must have a note all the time thing is, it's a flu. So you come down with the flu on Monday, you're feeling shit when you wake up on Monday, so you take the day off. Boss says, oh, you've got to get a doctor's note. So most people get over a flu in 48 to 36 hours. So that's 3 days. So that's 3 out of the 5 days of the work week. So when you're at the doctor's, every time I've been in with the flu, the doctor's like, how long do you want off? I'm like, well, it's Monday. I'll be sick till Wednesday. Can I just have the fucking week? And the doctor's like, sure, fuck your boss. Yeah, because the doctor's always like, oh, fuck it, you might as well take the week off work anyway.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
We're having goose calls now?
Having goose what?
Goose calls.
Oh.
Sounded like somebody blew their nose.
Yeah, I did, and I muted myself. Apparently, I did mute myself. Oh, now you know it sounds when you blow your nose.
Sharing is not caring, Trim.
It is, guys. I'm giving you the best of me.
Yeah. It's sticky and moist. No thanks.
Yeah, that's the best of me. You don't want to know what the worst of me is.
Oh, it's all thick and gooey.
Just don't let it there to get.
But yeah, like, and this is going to, I'm going to continue my rant, and it's going to tie into the next thing we're going to talk about, but it's also going to tie into the thing that we can't talk about properly, and we have to be very oblique about. If people come down with the sniffles and a little bit of a fever, they're going to stay home on their own. They don't need to go to the doctor to get permission to be off work. They don't need to go to the doctor for treatment. They don't need to go to the doctor to get tested to know that they feel like shit. If they've got
don't need the government to lock them in camps.
Yep.
My mind is blown at this realization.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
People who are sick, if they have the financial capacity to do so, will just stay the fuck home. They're not stupid. As Callum Dayton points out,
sick at work.
the only people, before you do, I'll just read Callum Dayton's chat message. The only people who go into work, regardless if they are sick or workaholics or the desperate, i.e. upcoming bills. Yes. Yeah. Go on, Trim.
Well, speaking of going to work sick, about 10 minutes until my shift starts again, and then it's 4 hours of just breathing around, I guess.
But I guess that is
The party
kind
never
of the
stops.
flip side of it. That a lot of employers do kind of almost punish for being off sick.
Yes.
It's like you actually don't want your employees to come in and infect all your other employees. Like, sure, I know some people are going to take the piss, and you need to be wary that, you know, if you just allow them to take all the time they want off, that somebody is going to take the piss. Sure. But you want people who genuinely are contagious to stay the fuck away.
Well, that's it. Like, it's not that hard to write into your policy that per calendar year you get X sick days, no questions asked. And then after those are used up, you need a doctor's note. Like, some people would take the piss out of that. But, fuck it. Like, if you're worried about that one person's lost productivity, yeah, I get that from a financial point of view, but have you considered what happens when they come in and then their entire floor is off the next week?
I think it's about 3 days on this ship that you have to be. You cannot be off for like 3 days before you have to go to the doctor, have it confirmed.
Well, to be fair, you're on a ship. It's kind of easy for your boss to go, yeah, Trim looks like dog shit, he's off sick today.
That's actually happened several times where where the hotel manager went like, "Hey, you look at shit, get off." I was like, "Why?" Because you're sick. Oh, okay.
and that's how it works in a sane world. But yeah, like, especially on the boat, your boss can easily go, yeah, I can hear Trim sneezing, snuffling, and wishing he was dead from here.
Which means that next week I'm probably going to be sneezing, snuffling, and wish I was dead if I don't get Trim to go away.
Yes, Trim, go to your cabin for the week, for a couple of days. We'll bring you food. Stay there.
Don't you fucking come back.
Yeah, don't you come back while you're snotting all over the place. You filthy diseased Trim. Come back when you're not diseased anymore.
I am, of course, a proud follower of Nurgle. Let you say that. Anyway, I just gotta go now, but it's been nice talking with you again, guys. I'll see you next week.
Alright, see you next week, Trim.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What, Leo?
Yeah, I thought I had a kitty.
He's gone. What does it get worse?
I don't know, does it? What's the next one? Oh, yes, youth transplants.
Oh.
Pelosi's taking the blood from the children again.
I thought this was a conspiracy last
Oh,
week.
speaking of Pelosi, there's like a Pelosi white pill that I put in Intersectum that we got to go through soon.
Yes. Well, this one does tie into the Pelosi. So we'll have a look once we're done with this. So, science is beginning to discover that youth transplants really can slow down the aging process. The fountain of youth, it seems, is youth itself. There should be laws against this. There really should be laws against this. Oh, fucking goddamn it, Telegraph. Fuck you. Archived. .is/. Right, let's have a look. Harvesting the blood and body parts of the young in the hope of achieving immortality has long been a familiar trope in horror novels and conspiracy theories. It's not a conspiracy theory anymore! Because
I love how every conspiracy theory...
This is something that Jeffrey Epstein was a part of, okay? Epstein was like a middle-level person who would use sex with children to lure people into blackmail material to get them into the cult, okay, folks? And these people, they were interested. You look at it, Jeffrey Epstein was interested in, like, immortality by taking blood from children and stuff. And they would talk to interdimensional aliens with their Palantirs in these towers, and they want immortal super soldiers. Okay, folks?
I love how, all the conspiracy theories are just, a couple months later's headlines.
Yeah, it's conspiracy fact.
It's great.
yeah.
Wasn't bathing in the blood Elizabeth Bathory's accusations and why they executed her?
And we bring that idea back and go after Pelosi.
Ah, yes.
So yes, science is beginning to discover that youth transplants really can slow down the aging process. Although nobody is suggesting we siphon the bodily fluids of youngsters into our body. Oh, fuck you, fucking wait, mate.
Yeah, sure.
So, this week, Stanford University showed that infusing cerebrospinal fluid of young mice into old mice improves brain function, a breakthrough which could have enormous implications for dementia and other neurodegenerative conditions. This is not a good thing.
Yeah, well, it's not going to work on Biden. That's all I got to say.
It's not going to work on kitty cats either.
Despite protests.
How do you know it's not working on Biden, and that without it, Biden would be like a literal vegetable?
He's not
I mean,
ready.
one could only hope.
Oh, hello, Earth Bear. What do you want? Hey, what do you want?
He wants the blood of the young.
What do you want?
The blood of the innocent.
In the way, chubby cat.
You know, I just there was this really bad science fiction movie that was based on this too, where some old woman was going around and feeling the blood of the young and beautiful, and I was like,
No, not science fiction, science fact.
oh. I really hate that scientists have taken like the 1950s, mad scientist perspective of everything. It's like, yeah, gonna create evil and horrors beyond all recognition.
Second, we're getting a lot of feedback.
Oh, sorry.
All right, man. Okay, so what do we got? Close examination showed that the fluid had woken up processes which regenerate neurons and myelin, the fatty material that protects nerve cells within the hippocampus, the memory center of the brain. Crucially, scientists think they know which part of the fluid is primarily driving the effect, a protein called serum response factor, which decreases in older mice. Okay, now if we can figure out a way to create that protein... Oh, dear God, here we go. However, the field is not without controversy. In 2019, a US startup called Ambrosia that was offering teenage blood plasma to Silicon Valley billionaires for $8,000 a litre was forced to shut down after the FDA warned against the procedure. Jesus fucking Christ. And thanks to Gregory, we've actually got the article from 2019. You fuck off, I don't want to sign it. Yeah. Despite lack of for $8,000, people can receive a young blood transfusion despite the lack of evidence that holds any benefits.
Until now.
Yeah. Until now. But again, can we not let that be a thing? Also, why in the ever-loving fuck does usnews.com want to access my motion sensors?
Well, they want to see if you're having fun with their articles. You're taking
clearly.
pleasure from reading.
This is just... What the fuck is wrong with the world?
We didn't burn hippies at the stake?
I mean, I'm not against bringing back witch burnings.
They're just going to turn into bitch burnings eventually.
Oscar.
It's just... Why are people so dumb? People are just wrong. That's it.
It's like we're actively trying to destroy ourselves.
It does seem that way. Okay, let's have a look at Pelosi getting in trouble.
And undermining ourselves after the Pelosi thing, I also posted another article about the decline of society.
Okay, let's have a look at this article. So, obviously, from the Daily Wire, Gregory has provided cat picture. Kitty, adorable little kitty.
Okay.
We like kitties. So what's Pelosi up to? Nancy Pelosi banned from receiving communion over her abortion stances. The Archbishop of San Francisco has informed Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi that she is not to receive Holy Communion at Mass over her repeated support for abortion. You fucking go, man. Good for fucking you.
Yep. Seems there's one kind of blood that she won't be able to consume.
The blood of the lamb! Oh, dear. Well. Good for him. That's awfully fucking based for someone stuck in San Francisco.
But the last based man in California.
Quite possibly.
It's a shame he won't have children or grandchildren.
Yeah, isn't it? Oh, well. I mean, he is Catholic, so there might be some kids out there belonging to 12-year-old mothers.
we can only hope the genes got passed on.
But good, it basically just talks about that in detail. But good for fucking him.
It's nice to see somebody fighting back against that shriveled old hag.
Now, it's nice to see somebody holding to their fucking standards for once.
Yeah. Well, he's actually not like the last based person in California. Like Bishop Robert Barron is also in California, and he's like had several conversations with Jordan Peterson.
Mm.
So there's two, but they're both Catholic priests.
Bishops, even
based bishops.
yeah.
Oh, he's quoting Pope John Paul II because the current Pope's fucking useless. Oh yeah, actually he says that Pope Francis, in keeping with his predecessors, has likewise been quite clear and emphatic in teaching on the dignity of human life in the world. As they fucking should be. Like,
yeah, I remember there was like one video where TYT was like, okay, now Pope Francis, okay, good guy, like, now granted, he's a Christian, so he's still fucking shit, but for people being shit, okay, he's good. And then like the next day they were like, no, he's fucking against abortion. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out. It's like,
yeah. It's almost like it's doctrine or something.
You can't be a truly believing Christian and not agree that life starts at conception. Like, it's kind of important.
Yeah. Kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
The sanctity of life and all that sort of thing.
And yeah, but just remember, the Bible also says, or at least tells the story of, if your mother dies, and you can get your dad drunk, and then you and your sister can fuck him.
True.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't say you can do that.
It talks about it, but I don't think it's necessarily in favor. But it's in there.
Yeah. Well,
There's a
no,
lot
so
of
what's
things
being
in
talked about is like Lot, or is like Abraham's like, was it brother or cousin Lot and his family? And I think
I mean, in the Bible,
this was
brother,
Noah.
cousin, what's the difference? Oh yeah, it was Noah, wasn't it?
No.
No, it was someone.
Noah got like humiliated by his son when he.
Ah, yes.
Are we mixing things up here?
But the Bible's just fucking hilarious. But let's get the story of let's get our father drunk and we'll both have sex with him. Keeping it in the family.
Well, I mean, what people try and say is they'll be like, oh, so these people are considered like innocent because like God spares them. It's like, no, he spares them for Abraham, not for them.
Well, yeah, didn't because he makes the deal with Abraham, because Abraham's like 100 good men, one good man.
Yeah.
And it's like,
oh,
right,
there's no good men.
if
Okay,
you can
let my family escape first. Fine, okay.
It's like, if you can find the one good man, and Lot was supposed to be the one good man. Yeah, problem is his family.
You know what's really like beautiful about that story of if you can find the one good man, we'll spare everyone. What's really beautiful about that story is that it's foreshadowing
Yeah.
for the finding of the one perfectly good and innocent man among humanity. Jesus.
We're still waiting for him, though.
We're waiting for him to come back.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing about the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is that it gives you hope that God might just slam a meteor into California.
Don't fill me with hope.
Christ is like, sorry, I checked out. What were we talking about? We're talking about how God should send a meteor down to smite California. No, that's not quite what we were talking about, but that's also not a bad thing.
I mean, where's the problem with that?
Yeah, there is no problem with
There
that.
needs to be a lot more smiting, I think.
Yes. Dear. Well, we have... What did we have? That's right, Second had another thing for us in the sanctum.
Yeah, pretty base thing. Pretty base thing.
Second wrote an article. Second did a right.
I did it right.
The fetishization of weakness, the abolition of strength by modern conditions and culture. Fancy article.
Is
So, yeah, in modern Western society, we currently face a cultural issue where strength is no longer venerated, where the immediate turn is towards pleasure rather than self-edification, where meaningful weight finds itself eroded from the language of an increasingly and deliberately dulled people, and where weakness itself has been identified with, celebrated, and finally venerated. Very nice. So everyone who's interested should go read this themselves. I will pop the link into chat. Just going to pop that in chat now. And then we will have a quick look at some of the highlights that we can find. So let's see. Less immediacy in the demand for strength in childhood. Due to increasingly reliable birth control, parents are waiting until later in life to have kids and having fewer kids. Fewer kids means more attention spent on each kid, and older parents means a greater degree of caution. The unintended consequence of this, of course, a lesser degree of independence between children and their parents, saying their maturation and self-sufficiency. Yes, very good. Now I've got to get to the meme. The meme is good. The virgin he/him versus the Chad man. So the he/him is neurotic and easily offended because boys should be able to cry. Has a paragraph from the DSM in social media bios. Low testosterone manifests in high-pitched, nasally beta male voice. Upper body strength of a 15-year-old girl. Small pee-pee. Treats women and people of colour as if they are retarded children.
What do you mean small PB? They probably don't have PP. That's very, very presumptuous of you.
Yeah, well, I'm giving them. I'm being charitable. Okay.
Well, that's it. The male feminists do have small peepees. That's what they used to rate regular feminists.
But what about the masculine vagina?
I want that clipped.
Done. I've got a hotkey for that. Let's see. So what else is he asking? Poor posture conveys the lack of confidence and virility. Thinks progress is the abolition of social standards which evolve for the benefit of mankind. And then we have the Chad man. May have mental and emotional struggles, but deals with them in the appropriate time and place. Yes, not at the local McDonald's during Nugget Hour.
But my nuggets!
Oh man, I actually mentioned the chicken nuggies meme later.
Good shit. Oh dear. So, what else do we have? No need for pronouns in bi because his pronouns are perfectly obvious. High testosterone manifests in authority conveying low-pitched voice. Swollen muscles cultivated through hard work and fortitude. Stands up straight with his shoulders back to convey the confidence of the dominant lobster. Huge pee-pee. Believes women and racial minorities are just as capable of prudence and self-control. Gatekeeps and protects the standards which produce a strong and virtuous society. Yes. Let's see, where are the nuggies?
That would be near the end when I rant about infantile meme culture.
Yep. Though adulting is rather explicit, other aspects of our meme culture have taken on a more implicitly infantile aesthetic, though I should stress that I chose the word implicitly rather than subtly for a reason. In our meme culture, we have adopted deliberately childish pronunciations of words, whether it's people on TikTok saying okay instead of okay, fandoms culture celebrating fictional ooh soft boy cinnamon rolls, or with the widespread use of memes such as chalky milk and chicken nuggies. Likewise, more and more millennials and Gen Zers have taken to the use of the terms mummy and daddy to signal their arousal by or deference to non-relatives, deliberately casting themselves in an infantile position and sometimes literally fetishizing weakness.
Based paragraph.
Indeed.
Also, if you scroll up, there's like a Fauci thing. Check the...
Saint Fauci.
The
The man, the science.
Yeah, Dr. Fauci, give us vaccines.
Yeah.
Give us blood clots like we've never seen.
Wait. Not on the YouTubes. No truth on YouTube.
Yes, the better humans TM.
Yes. Dear. So, have you done anything else on your Substack?
No, not yet. I'm gonna upload some other stuff soon.
Cool. If you want to post them on the Sultans website as well, just hit me up later and I'll sort you out with an account. Also, otherwise, I'll just steal it and repost it.
Nice.
Acquisition of content, as it should be.
Well, I think another interesting point that I talk about at some length in there is the shifting away from like moral accusations having like a moral language to having more of a like layman's psych term language, right? Like how the moral accusation of bigotry is shifted from like a worldview to a psychological state. Modern bigotry terms aren't you're an ist, it's you're a phobe. You have a phobia and not like a worldview.
Yeah, that's always one of those things I found interesting where they say, oh, you've got this fear of something. Why do I fear something I don't necessarily like or approve of? It's very curious.
Because they want to make out that your dislike is irrational. Because phobia is generally not a rational fear.
Well, that's why
Fair point.
Islamophobia is such a stupid term. A phobia is an irrational fear. There's nothing irrational about being scared of Islam.
Yeah, second, your audio's having fun with itself.
Sorry.
Ardent Party asks, is Substack open to fiction / poetry / etc.? Yes it is.
I think so, yeah.
Also, so is the Sultans of Shadilay website. Hit me up. Need content. Let's see. Ardent Party also said, for those of you interested in audio fiction, he completed the first chapter of a friend's story last night, and pending his approval, he'll be posting it to his Rumble tonight as the first of a series. Ooh, very nice. Well, make sure you post that over in the self-promo channel, because, yes, we like good fiction. Even more so, we like free good fiction. Very much a fan of free things.
Oh, I thought the George Floyd mural there on Second's article said Cheeto, not ghetto.
I mean,
I also couldn't resist including the Jordan Peterson tweet.
yeah. But that one was good. And people are going, oh, yeah, she's not ugly. Well, no, she's not. She's got a quite nice face, but she's too fat. There's like, and she's been airbrushed to shit as well. Like, she's not unattractive, but she needs she'd be infinitely more attractive if she lost weight. She's also not Sports Illustrated front cover attractive. Like, that's not an instant boner woman. Like, it's a woman that if you had to talk to her and she was okay, yeah, you'd absolutely fuck her and be okay with it. But
that's like, you know, the body of a woman that would have given birth to your children after the fact, where it's like, yeah, you're still pretty, but not front page of the cover of Sports Illustrated. Just no.
I think the why Jordan Peterson got so much trouble is because he said not beautiful. Like, she is definitely above the waist, she's attractive.
Yeah.
Like, she's got quite a nice face.
I think it's more so that if we wanted to be more precise, what they're trying to promote with this is beautiful.
No, what they're trying to promote is hideous. And
it's
the acceptance...
it's the thing which is not appealing about her, which they're trying to promote.
Yes, exactly. The promotion is hideous.
Yeah, it'd be like picking someone who's like generally like a really like a good father, and then like recording a video of that one time they're having a bad day, and he's just like "fuck you" to his like wife and kids, and then they post that as like an introduction to a thing like good parenting. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the father that everyone should aspire to be. It's like, wait, no, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you know, maybe he's a good dad, but it's like that's not like, you picked a very weird thing to try and like showcase or emphasize here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tristan Armstrong says, instant boner notwithstanding, it's not a picture of athleticism. Yeah, correct. Yeah. And like you said, what they're promoting is that they're promoting unhealthy weights. Like, this is not a good body image. Like, she would not have to lose much weight at all to be an okay body image. Like, seriously.
Well, also, to quote Kevin Malone from The Office, when they're debating whether or not someone's hot, he's like, wait, no. The question isn't would you do her, the question is she hot?
Yes, and men genetically have two very different definitions of those.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Geod says, a lot of people take on weight like her. It's not a deal breaker, but I wouldn't advertise swimwear or a wank magazine, which is my insert with her.
Yep.
Like, if you take her in that swimsuit and you chuck her in the pool and get her to swim 20-30 minutes a day, won't be very long. I don't think it'd be very long until she was extremely attractive.
Yeah, she just puts a little effort in, and it's fine.
But yeah, and unlike a lot of these fat slobs they stick on things like this, like, yeah, she's got an attractive face. Like, she's not hideous. Like, most guys, if most guys talk to her and they didn't want to shoot themselves after 5 minutes, most guys would tap that. If they were the kind of person who fucks outside of marriage.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, this isn't like Sports Illustrated, the kind of woman you're looking for to have a wank kind of thing. But she's not hideous, and I wouldn't say that she's. In one way of looking at it, she's not beautiful yet, but she won't need to change a huge amount to actually be beautiful.
Hell, she could probably go walk around the block instead of just sit on her fat ass or drive around
Yep.
all the time. And
Like,
then she'd be
if I use the magic of the browser to cut out everything below her tits, yeah, that'd be okay. If she lost that excess weight sitting on her hips, like, if they want to promote healthy body images, lose the excess weight on her hips and she'd be fine.
Yeah. Or, even if she wore a more flattering swimsuit, it would probably be, like, less obvious.
Yeah, like if she was like modeling a dress or something, I don't think anyone would like.
No, not at all.
But it's also like like people are like, oh, people are being too mean. It's like, no, if you saw that at like a pool or something, you wouldn't really care. It's the fact that it's on like a magazine cover.
Yeah, like, if I saw that at a pool, yeah, I'd have a second look. But this isn't what you're looking for when you're buying a copy of Sports Illustrated Swimsuit Edition.
Yeah.
This magazine has one demographic, and it's horny men.
Yeah, I can't see a lot of 15-year-old boys getting all excited about this.
25, 30-year-old boys, yeah, that's getting their attention.
Yeah.
But again, like, if they want to show fuller figured women, like, yeah, you could absolutely use her, but knock like 5-10 kilos off her first.
Yep. But another thing I've noticed, it's like there's these two extremes of super ultra buff women and then land whales. There's no like average looking women on this sort of thing anymore.
Yeah. Billy Bob says it's an insult to their reader butts. It kind of is, isn't it?
Yep.
But yeah, she's very close to what men mean when they say thick. She is too far over the limit though, but she's would not need to lose much, I don't think, to be what you'd be looking for in a thick woman.
Yeah. Well, it's like if this was a magazine aimed towards women, a guy of equal, appearance would not make it onto the cover.
No. Like, hell, you could put her in that swimsuit on the cover of a woman's magazine and be like, how to feel confident while you're losing that weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or women's fashions for the slightly thicker.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, it's in your target audience. The target audience of Sports Illustrated is men with shitty internet connections.
or someone who doesn't have a ability to clear their browser.
Yeah. Tristan Armstrong's pointing out that a proper one-piece swimsuit would fit her body type better, but it still wouldn't fit Sports Illustrated's intent with a swimsuit issue.
Yep.
Yeah, some kind of one piece that covers the hips. Like, yeah, especially because of the materials they made out of it, like, holds it all together a bit more. Yeah, easily.
I think it's obvious.
Based 8 brings up the article that just popped out about the ad in Australia that came out in Australia recently from Meyer. The models for the women and the models for the men. What do we have? Men with 17 packs and fat women. Well, actually, the first woman they have on the top left isn't bad. Like, if you're looking for an average woman, that's okay. But let me see if you can find a better image for this. Destiny. Yeah, here we go. No, that's a shit quality image. Perth now, is that a higher quality image? For fuck's sake, does no one have high quality images?
Apparently not, because they don't want it being analyzed.
Oh, yeah, here we go. This is better. Yeah. So, let's be absolute pig bastard misogynists and analyze these women. So,
That's it.
you were saying?
Yeah, from left to right, it's like good, much too much. Why are there 3 women here? That's a little weird. Unless it's that kind of site. Much too much, and what is an old lady doing
Whatever the fuck
modeling
that is.
camisoles and slips? Then you go down to the next row, it's like, all right, weirdo. Guy who probably is a little too gay. Another guy who's like, looks like a skinhead from here. Same guy from earlier, another weirdo. And
I think
another
I
weirdo.
think the second weirdo is actually the first weirdo again.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think the third guy is the 6th guy as well.
Yeah, it is. I think you're right. It's just from the other side. And notice though that all the men are ripped.
Yep.
So all the men are ripped, 6-packs showing. So, and then we have the women. So the one on the left, she looks a little bit older than what the models that they used to use, but that's fine. She's quite thin, quite attractive.
Yep.
The second one, I can see her fucking rolls. The bitch has rolls.
Try not to look. There's more butter on her rolls than in my freezer right now.
Like, you need to go up to her, grab her gut, and lift it to get anywhere if you're trying to fuck her. Like, if you have...
I just want to point out as well, like, if you look at these Instagram influencers and stuff, and you see, like, some of them will show images taken from, like, slightly different lighting or in slightly different camera angles, where they make themselves appear to be sort of slimmer than they are. They're not even doing that in these pictures with professional photographers. Like, this is deliberate. These women look massive deliberately. They're not even taking flattering angles.
Yeah. And in fact, the fat bitch is in all 3 of the center photos. You just can't tell because in the center one, she's wearing size-appropriate clothing.
Yep.
But yeah, you can. So in the first one, you can just see her fat just laying all over the place. In the third one, she's wearing shapewear, which is basically you compress as much of your fat as you can to hide it from the poor unlucky bastard that you're tricking. And even then, she's still hideously fat. You can see her rolls. Women should not have creases like that.
No.
And then there's Grandma. And no, just no. But I think all 3 women are actually in that center photo. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Grandma's on the left, fat bitch is in the center, and then the only one of them is actually an attractive woman, or even close to it, is on the right of that one.
I know. You notice that the fat one is the most, like, featured.
Yep. Ardent Party points out, to be fair, both the first and second women are attractive, but the Black Missus is really only really good looking from the neck up because she has a nice smile. Her body is horrendous, but yeah, if she lost weight, she'd be gorgeous. Her face is nice.
Yep.
But I've been trying to develop a theory on how men judge women, and it seems to be that there are several different categories, and you assign a number to each of those categories, and then you have the total at the end. And if that total is higher than your minimum, then the woman's attractive. So men can have differing minimums, and then they'll also assign different weights. Like for the fatter woman, like face, yeah, you might give her a 7 for the face, but then you look at the body and go, yeah, that's a 2 at best. This is from the Myers website. But
It's like they're just trying to wipe out attractive women entirely.
But I'm convinced there are at least 4 categories I figured out for women when you're rating them. You have face, body, personality, and tits.
Agree.
So, and you can assign any number, positive or negative, to those. So you might have a woman who's got a 10 face, 10 body, 10 tits, and then her personality is a -50.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you might have a 3 face, a 3 body, 20 tits, and a 5 personality.
Yeah.
And as part of my theory, nice tits cover a multitude of sins.
As long as
Well, I
they,
also think
uncover
something
a
else
multitude.
that's like, I don't know. I think the numerical like addition is kind of flawed in a certain respect because there can be different like floors or ceilings for certain things.
Yeah, I mean it
Oh,
probably
yeah,
should
obviously.
be a weighted.
Yeah, it's weighted, and the weighting changes differently. And like base tape says, like tits, it's probably just you probably multiply whatever your rating is by 2.
Yeah.
And we can confirm this because if we go back to the previous woman from Sports Illustrated, if she didn't have those tits, would she be anywhere near as attractive as she is? No, of course not.
No. But there's also the risk of being, going a little too large with the breasts, and it's like,
Yes.
yeah, I don't want to be swallowed alive.
True. But again,
Suffocated, so.
these are entirely subjective rating systems. It's not just a plus centimeter equals plus number.
Fair.
Yeah, the real problem is that they're trying to get rid of the idea of beauty, As a very
exactly.
wise man once said, we are told not to speak of the truth, the good, or the beautiful. Thus, an individual is expected to water down their own convictions from the pursuit of something greater than and beyond themselves to merely describing to other people what works for them. In this way, a person's language and convictions have been deliberately repressed. They have been blunted and made shallow by what is fundamentally an authoritarian tolerance.
Yes.
I suspect there's a bit of jealousy there as well. Like,
oh, absolutely.
You've got these blue hair whales that look, well, like blue hair whales. And then you've got more attractive people who probably get treated a bit better than they do. And, well, that's an inequality. And they can't have inequality as everybody's equal. Well, we can't make everybody beautiful. So...
Yeah. Exactly. So they just want to change the definition of beauty to include their fat asses. Callum Dayton says, Bezic, you remind me of the Blizzard diversity tool stuff going on with Overwatch. Yeah. But I am convinced that every man has this table that has these categories. It's like face, body, tits, ass and hips if you're into it. I mean, all men are, obviously. And then personality. And then you've got your total and you've got your minimums. I'm sure all men run these calculations.
And then if you're a religious man, you have values as well. Okay, folks?
Well, I was just going to write that under personality. Because...
Yeah, it's a bit more complicated than that, folks.
Yeah, it's like a subcategory, though. But you know what I mean.
Do you want does she want kids? Okay, gang, you got to be on the right question about kids. And, does she share your religious values, folks?
And then that, again, I'd include that on a match personality. But yeah, like, these are all important things. And they all weight the thing differently for different people. Like ass men might weight one differently to something else. Tit men's obviously rate those. I mean, well, all men are tit men, but to an extent. And as Adam Party says, yes, all men run those calculators as a requirement of evolution.
Yeah.
And I'm convinced that as long as you hit the minimum required value, it doesn't matter if one of these things is sitting at 0, because we all know a woman can have a negative personality and a man will still fuck her.
Yeah, but will he, engage in a long-term relationship is kind of where the personality thing comes
No, but that's largely
irrelevant.
from. Yeah.
No, but it's largely irrelevant from the. Are we going to from the 200 years ago? We gonna shag, and is she gonna pop out a kid even if he fucks off?
Yep.
Yeah, Arnott Party says, I tend to be all about the curve of a hip, but I've seen boyish-figured women absolutely stunning, and for me, personality determines if I try. Well, yes, like, most of us here are tomboy aficionados. For a reason. And most of that reason is personality. Well, or rather, personality on top of the other things. And people are like, oh, you like tomboys. But, so that means that you basically want a man that looks like a woman you can fuck. Kind of, but we want a man that is a woman that we can fuck. It's like why gay men reckon they have it so good. Like, so you have your best friend that you do everything with and have a great time, then you go home and fucks. Like, what the fuck's not to like about that?
The holes available.
Exactly. Oh dear. Kairos says sometimes the dick does the thinking and you end up in court. As the saying goes, men have 2 heads but only enough blood for one.
Yep.
Callum Dayton's asked, what are the categories for an attractive woman, as in a list of things? Like, as in a list of things that makes women attractive, well... It's not exact... You can go all sorts of... you can go all sorts of depth on that, but, like, they need to be not fat. Not being not fat is usually important. Not being insane is usually a good one. Unfortunately, that eliminates most women these days.
Most, I would say it's like 95%.
Yeah, probably.
Another one is good birthing hips.
I mean,
You're damn right.
those definitely do factor into it. Men do like them hips. Tristan makes some good points. Hair shininess, facial symmetry, waist to hip ratio, breast size, skin condition. Interestingly, all of those things are evolutionary signs of a good mate.
Yep. Although I think they're also forgetting the breast to butt ratio. There is
true.
That can be an important factor too.
True, this is true. It's the only thing wrong with 7 of 9. The butt is not big enough to balance the tits.
No. Top heavier is more entertaining.
True. But yeah, like
my general joking rule is it has to be at least 1.5 to 1 ass ratio.
Fair enough, eh? Oh dear, but Tristan makes really good points because all of those things are indicative of the health of a woman. A healthy woman, an unhealthy woman, will not have shiny hair. They'll not have good skin condition. Their facial symmetry might be off. Their waist-hip ratio might be off. Their breast size might be off because if they've been malnourished for years, all those things are gone to shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's all comes down to continuing the species.
Yeah.
And
Ardent Party agrees with me. Jerry Ryan is a little off kilter. Yeah, she doesn't quite match the ratios, does she? But wouldn't
Not
say
quite.
no. Not even today.
Yeah.
And then it also says Kat Dennings equals ideal body, absolute shit personality. Oh, she's the one from Two Broke Girls. Ugh, that's a horrendous show.
I'm glad I only know the name.
Basically,
And
fantastic body, great tits, great hips, great waist. Cunt.
I have to agree with Tristan here. Audrey Hepburn was malnourished for years, and she's the most beautiful woman in history. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, that's why I say there's different categories, and they're all weighted in different ways. Like, her face is what sells it for her. Oh, actually, there is another good example. What the fuck is her name? Really famous actress, no tits.
You got to be a lot more specific. What was she in?
I think she was in The Imitation Game. Was it Imitation Game?
Imitation Game?
I think it was The Imitation Game. That absolutely abysmal movie. Yes, there we go. I think it's Keira Knightley. Is it Keira Knightley? Yes,
Yep.
Keira Knightley's the one I'm looking for. I need something that shows her from the neck down as well. Yeah, here we go. Keira Knightley.
Ooh.
Look,
Wouldn't say no.
I mean, neither would I, but like her ratio's off. Like, most people would give her low values for hips, ass, tits, but the face is a decent plus. Like, she's extremely attractive, but her body's like, in Hollywood there's so much. Yeah. Kate Beckinsale, I'm pretty sure is Kate Beckinsale. I believe the face is slightly less, but the body's infinitely better. I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Until recently, she looks like she's done something horrendous to her face with plastic surgery. Yeah.
Yeah, plastic surgery can just go jump off an evolutionary cliff with the fatties.
Well, that's it. The pro-trans movement are like, oh, but women can get plastic surgery. Why can't we get plastic surgery? Well, what if we banned both? How are you with that?
Yeah. Exactly. How about no?
And Callandine's like tempted to throw some piece of weeby in here for like half in reaction. Well, that's one of the reasons why anime is as popular as it is because they intentionally go after all the things that trigger men's instincts. Tits, waist, hips, ass, like even the larger eyes to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to put that up on screen because you never know when it might be a 6-foot-tall woman with G-cup tits who's actually only 15 and 11 months because anime. And while that's still shouldn't be a crime, it gets creepy sometimes. Like there's some weird anime can get really fucking creepy sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's why I've never been able to get into anime. It's like, no, I'm good.
Yeah,
I don't want to touch that borderline. Thank you.
Yeah, there's some really manky shit in it. But and one of the things that gets me is that the people who constantly sit there going, "Oh, but they're only 15." Yes, true, and that would be a problem if they were real. But also note that the way they've been drawn ticks all the boxes for an adult.
Yep, going for the lizard brain.
Yep, like it's not real. So if it's got huge tits, is of adult height, and has an adult face, like, come on, guys. Like when it's like it's, but it does get a bit creepier when it's getting to like the younger teens and they're being like, oh, it's so sexual. I'm like, and I've heard that there's even younger stuff. I'm like, bad Japan. It's like, no, I'm not going to ban it or burn you, but also, no, naughty.
Yeah, just nope.
Oh dear.
Get in the chipper.
Yeah, as Mythos points out, anime has that weird thing where adults and teens are drawn the exact same way. Exactly. Like, and it's one of the issues with it. Like, you can have characters that can transfer between adult dress and a school uniform and because, again, they're drawings, it's the exact same body under it, and it's like, come on. Tristan's like, boy, she's got a little girl's body, little girl's face, but she's actually a 900-year-old elf. Yeah, that's... I don't know why they even bother pretending. Everyone knows what they're doing. Like, again, I don't think it should be illegal or anything because it's not real, but also we know what you're doing and you're being creepy.
That's the level of life where I'm just gonna go disappear into my little world of reading James Fenimore Cooper novels.
And one distinction that I will point out is you can watch anime and there's lollies, which are the 900-year-old elves, and then there's children. And if you've watched enough anime of different genres, and no, not hentai, you perverts, but if you've not watched enough genres, the lollies and the children look nothing alike. They don't actually look like the children drawn by the same artists in the same productions. But whatever.
This has been Weebery with Bezic.
Yeah.
Weeb pills.
But I've heard rumors, and I don't want to go looking for it because that's probably illegal in most countries. Like, apparently they do most people think that the lollies are just horrendous and bad enough, but apparently they don't just do children, but they do toddlers in some of their shit. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna need to have a talk with the chipper, mate. Like, yes, lollies are one thing.
Chipper.
Actual toddlers, yeah, we got paging Dr. Woodchipper.
Yeah, I think we didn't either nuke Japan enough or maybe too much.
Billy, lolly's not a gateway to noncery. Nonce is probably like lolly, but it's not a gateway drug.
I'm just saying, get rid of porn.
I mean, at least that's a fucking consistent position. I can support that position more. Porn probably is a problem, but I don't know how you can get rid of it.
What is this fucking Tinder XYZ thing? Why?
It's a sex spam bot. Fortunately, it got slapped by the bots.
Sex pest bot is back.
Yeah. Fortunately, my bot, Nightbot, smacked
The
it.
Bot is back.
Yeah, the Thoughtbot is back. Fortunately, the Nightbot jumped on it, timed it out, which meant it couldn't post a bunch of crap, and I've now just hidden it.
Good bot.
Billy Blog's like, okay, but Nazis seem to love life. Of course they do. They can almost get their kicks off with something that's of questionable illegality in a lot of places.
Yeah.
Like
It's like that.
One of my friends just sent me a joke. How do you double the value of your car in 2022?
What, fill it with gas?
Yes.
Fill the tank. Yep, good. Fucking thoughtbots. But hey, at least that shows that we're big enough and doing well enough that the thoughtbots think it's worth coming here.
Exactly.
Bloody thoughtbots. But also, good job, Nightbot, for bitch slapping it. But also, YouTube needs to do a better fucking job.
And it's the same one I've seen pop up in some other streams too.
Yeah, and the problem with
how
it
is
is,
this allowed to exist?
and the annoying thing is, it's multiple different accounts with the same names. So you can slap one, and then another one will pop in with the exact same name. So you have to slap it. So what I found out you can do with the Nightbot is you can put things like Tinder-X in the filters, and it'll scan the username as well and just time it out.
Ah.
But you know, when YouTube comes to fix it, they're gonna be like, what are we gonna do about this? I know, let's assume that all users are bots.
Yeah, that
and
sounds
make them
about
give us
right.
their ID. It's like, yeah, okay, that's not quite what we were hoping for, YouTube.
It's like, oh, there's a bot in the stream. We've got to destroy their entire channel.
Let's see. Kairos says, my argument has always been that lollies look nothing like kids. Kids are gross. You're absolutely spot on there. What else we got? Arnett Party asked question, if I block the bot here, will that prevent that account from joining my chat? Maybe, but problem is they've got a bunch of accounts with the same username. So I highly recommend using something like Nightbot and just filtering and just adding like Tinder-X to the filters, and then it'll just time the bastards out for you.
And well, the bigger question is, if you can you filter phrases, like specific phrases, or does it just pick up on words?
I believe you can get filter specific phrases, or get it to do words, because like it's got some customization. I don't know if it supports regex. Let me check. I think Stream Elements might support regex. Let me have a look for the old Nightbot. Does Stream Elements support regex in their spam filters?
Yeah.
Yes, they do. Stream Elements bot supports regex. Let me have a look and see if Nightbot does.
Kristen's asking, is the channel large enough to summon the bots, or was it saying lolly too many times?
Yes. Oh, good. Nightbot does support regex. That's handy dandy.
Ardent Party, yeah. Sudden mental image of chat chanting lolly, lolly, lolly in black robes with circles of candles. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, a big ooh-woo face painted on the floor.
Yeah. Billy Blogs asks, what is your stance on filters? It's not really my cup of tea, because I'm not a fan of penises on my women, but at least in hentai, the filters are generally actually have both sets, so they are actually women with penises, not men with tits. And that's the crucial difference, because there are two types of filters, and the ones that have penis and the ones that have penis and vag.
It's just so weird.
Isn't it just?
Yeah, I'm confused by this.
You should be.
I don't want to know.
It's degeneracy, but the slightly good
We need
kind.
standards. Standards. Standards.
Confused disco noises.
Bread and standards.
Oh dear.
George.
I had one last thing prepared for us today. Pandemic 2.0 Electric Boogaloo.
Yay!
The monkey fucked something.
Bill Gates.
Nice.
What the fuck? What were you doing? Where did you stick your dick, Bayscape?
In a
I
monkey,
think it was
clearly.
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates' arsehole.
Mr. Gates, is that a polyp? Oh no, that's monkeypox.
Ew. That's nasty.
Daisy's like, no, he didn't. I bet he did.
Oh dear. Let's see. So, the US purchased monkeypox vax a week ago. World was about to sign a treaty with the World Health Organization, giving them full control during a health emergency. Bill Gates warned us about the next one. Monkeypox are now making headlines, and conspiracy theorists may posit that these things are related.
Oh, I wonder. Why?
So, and then they're like, I'm not saying we should be concerned about monkeypox, but they will never let a good crisis go to waste, as we've observed over the last 2 years. So the threat may not be the virus, but it could certainly be how they plan to exploit said virus.
Almost certainly.
Indeed. And then what's this other one? Yeah, Bill Gates urges preparation for smallpox attacks, smallpox/monkeypox vaccine created, monkeypox suddenly spreads undetected, and G7 ministers gather for secret virus exercise. Uh-huh. Suspicious.
Virus exercise.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we spread it to the population? Oh, that's right. Just run around with Bill Gates money and insert it with Windows.
Fucking the World Economic Forum is like jerking off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they're like, power, more power. Reason to use power against the nasty, dirty, sick people and people who aren't sick, but we'll make them think they are anyway.
Yeah, let's see. Monkeypox, because of course that's been updated. So let's see if it tells us about the fatality for it. Do. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Vaccination against smallpox is assumed to provide protection against human monkeypox infection because they are closely related viruses and the vaccine protects animals from experimental lethal monkeypox challenges. This has not been conclusively demonstrated in humans. Oops.
Well, I mean, at least it's an established one, but...
Mm-hmm. So let's see if it tells us anything. Come on, give me some information about the lethality, you bastards.
Of course, the...
Let's see what the World Health Organization has to say. Case
give us your
fatality.
freedom and...
Yeah, basically. Case fatality ratio has been around 3 to 6%. Okay, so, but what's the infection fatality rate? Basically, don't fuck monkeys. But yeah, like...
Listening, ape.
So 3 to 6%. Still not enough to justify non-pharmaceutical intervention or mandates, you motherfuckers. And there is never a number at which it justifies the forced lockdowns or forced vaccination, because if it's that fucking bad, People will be stabbing each other to get to the front of the queue for the vaccines. It'll be fine.
Pretty much.
Huh. And it's a relatively
Yeah.
new virus. You know,
You'll have to
1970
have
was the first.
mandated queuing if it's that bad, because people will be fighting to get to the front.
Exactly. Like there's no point in this. If it's not dangerous, you don't need to do it. If it is dangerous, you don't need to do it. Because people will be actually, hold on. Let me get up smallpox. Let me get up fucking smallpox. Because even that wasn't 100% lethal. A fatality rate of about 30%.
And that is definitely good reason to worry, because 3 to 6
that would be significant.
Yeah.
And if 3 years ago I'd been told that there were smallpox outbreaks, I'd possibly consider getting vaccinated for smallpox, because 30% is quite serious. And if I heard that there was an outbreak in my country, I might consider taking a couple of weeks off work. Maybe stay home, try and limit any contact with people, crazy things like staying the fuck away from diseased people.
Exactly.
Yeah, enable
taking
it, don't
precautions.
mandate it.
Yeah. Oh, good. Smallpox has no asymptomatic carrier state.
For now, until they decide that it's needed.
They need to genetically modify it.
Yeah. So transmission occurred through inhalation of the airborne virus or pharyngeal mucosa of an infected person. It was transmitted from one person to another, primarily through prolonged face-to-face contact with an infected person, usually within a distance of 1.8 meters. So the social distancing of 1.5 meters is fucking useless anyway. You fucking idiots. Oh, rarely it was spread by virus code in the air in enclosed settings such as building, buses, and trains. Oh, so we don't need any of this stupidity anyway.
Whoops.
Yeah, they'll just forcefully jab you.
Mm-hmm.
In retrospect, the only benefit of masking, and this is more of an American thing, I didn't have to pretend that I wasn't a threat to strangers by smiling at them. I could just glower.
Yeah. Arnott Party asked, they stopped vaccine for smallpox a while ago, didn't they? Yes, because the smallpox vaccine was sterilizing, and we eradicated smallpox because the vaccine fucking worked!
Yeah, I bet if there would be another outbreak, though, that suddenly that old vaccine wouldn't be any good anymore. Wouldn't be available.
Yeah.
You'd have to have one of these new, fancy ones,
Oh yeah, gotta go in with the mRNA just to make sure everybody's safer.
Yeah. Yeah, so originally they did inoculation that had a 0.5 to 2% mortality rate, which, when the disease itself has 20 to 30%, that's fucking acceptable.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like, what's the greater risk? The actual disease for once. Smallpox. And that was typically in genetically exposed regions, if I remember right. It was significantly higher with genetically unexposed to smallpox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here we go. Neutralizing antibodies are detectable 10 days after first-time vaccination and 7 days after revaccination. Historically, the vaccine has been effective in preventing smallpox infection in 95% of those vaccinated. Smallpox vaccination provides a higher level of immunity for 3 to 5 years and decreasing immunity thereafter. Oh, so you get vaccinated once and it lasts for 3 to 5 years. No parallels to be drawn here. Can't...
Can't make any parallels. No.
Yeah, straight up can't make any parallels because that'd get us banned.
Mm-hmm. Well, and yeah, Tristan's kind of right that they also used cowpox for early inoculations as well.
Yeah, cowpox, because they figured out that people who got cowpox didn't get smallpox, so cowpox was just an annoyance.
Mm-hmm.
While smallpox is fatal. Yeah,
So a lesser dangerous variant of a similar disease.
Yes.
No,
Shocking, isn't it?
That we can't monetize that.
Yeah. We can't get fat stacks of cash without
it. Yeah, here we go. So what did they get? So in the Chinese in the 1500s, powdered smallpox scabs were blown up the noses of the healthy. The patients would then develop a mild case of the disease, and from then on were immune to it. It did have a 0.5 to 2.0% mortality rate, but yeah, that's fucking better than 30%. Oh, Dr. Martin Lister did a report on it at one point. Interesting. But that's not particularly relevant. Where the fuck is cowpox in here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, cowpox inoculation came later. Version 1.0 was horrible. Fucking oath it was.
Yep. It's just, yeah. I swear it's, the willingness to forget history in this particular case is rather remarkable.
But yes, turns out that once they got the sterilizing vaccine, turns out we eradicated it. It was also an extremely fatal disease. So even if the vaccine, like in the Chinese case, had a 2% fatality, 2%, 30%, yeah, that math works out.
Yep.
Like, it makes sense that if it's an extremely deadly disease and the vaccine is less deadly, you should get the vaccine. Like, this is simple numbers.
Yep, and it seemed to have actual science backing it.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. Or is that a personal attack on the science?
Well, in this case, there's over 500 years of science. Oh, here we go. Types of the vaccines. Dryvax was a freeze-dried live virus vaccine prepared from calf lymph and used for smallpox eradicate. Vaccine was effective, providing successful immunogenicity in about 95% of vaccinated persons. Has serious adverse side effects in about 1 to 2% of cases. And that's all serious adverse side effects, not just death. So again, less than 1% of cases kill you compared to 30% of cases of the disease. So, yeah, kind of makes sense.
Uh-huh.
Oh, scarification using a bifurcated needle.
Yep. Typically, you'll see those small packs. Yes.
Oh yeah, okay.
Small pox scars on 50 and older.
Yeah. So okay, so that's the problem with the old. That was the problem with the older vaccines. So yeah, in contrast to replicating smallpox vaccines, which are applied by scarification using a bifurcated needle, MVABN, known as Imvanex, is administered by injection via the subcutaneous route. So no scars. Tristan Armstrong says, people don't forget history. They never learned history. Not enough time to learn history in between all those trips to Holocaust memorials. Oh,
Oof.
that's a big oof. Also, yes, correct.
Yep. But, yeah, I know I've had this rant many a times with many people, but history is so poorly taught. It's all dates and names and locations. And it's like, but there's stories there. There's some really fascinating stories too.
Well,
But-
that's it. And that's why kids aren't interested in it, because it's the same shit every year, taught boringly. Like, you want to get kids' attention, fucking teach them about, show them Henry VIII's armor. They'll laugh for hours about his dick pieces.
Yeah. Or one thing I did years ago was went out to some local schools, a group of friends of mine, and we taught the kids how to march and drill like Civil War soldiers here in the U.S. and they got a kick out of it. And apparently, the test scores improved with the classes that got that lesson.
Crazy that. If the kids aren't bored shitless, they pay attention. If they pay attention, they learn.
Wandering around with sticks and waving at each other, in mock combat really seemed to help them a lot because they could get a perspective, which is completely lacking.
Craziness. How dare you educate kids instead of boring them and making them memorize shit? Ah, dear.
It's almost like visual stimulation and telling stories as part of education. But I'm not a educator, so I can't really speak on this.
Yeah, it's all just bleh. Oh no. Yeah, we're just going to ignore that one. Meow.
Not Leo. That's the poorly one. He's yelling at me. What?
No. Is he not doing better yet?
No, we're looking at different medications potentially.
Poor kitty.
Poor kitty. Oh, my guess you'd come in.
And he's brought friends.
I start giving a cat attention, and George is like, me?
Yes, the Trimzoid made a picture of this. Where did he put it?
But yeah, on the history thing, like, this is something that, like, I've kind of talked to Bo about, because obviously Bo does a lot of history content. He does the epochs each week. And, like, whenever I did history in school, it was all, like, memorize these dates, memorize these place names, memorize these people's names. And I'm like, I got no memory for that. And two, I have no interest in trying to memorize that. And so I dropped history as soon as I possibly could, because it bored me. But listening to Bo, and I don't listen to all of the epochs, but like even just listening to it being recorded in the studio, like listening to Bo tell the stories, or when you have a conversation with Bo about something in history and he's telling you about it, like the way he tells it is really interesting, because he's not just listing you off a bunch of dates and places. Like, he's telling you the stories of the people and whatnot behind the thing, and it actually makes for really interesting listening.
Yeah, if he could record a lecture series and sell it to schools, he could make a fortune, and people would be fascinated by history.
Yep. But no, can't do that.
No, it's just gotta be memorize these dates, memorize these names. It's like most kids will just drop that and be like, "That's boring."
Yeah, I remember in my high school, one of the history classes that I had to take, not because I was trying to get in the advanced classes, but they wouldn't let me at a young age. But I just remember I was so bored in that class where I was playing poker in the back, and every time the teacher would try to trip me up with questions, I would go on maybe like a 5-minute explanation of what the topic was, to the point where he would just leave the room and tell me to teach the class. It was great. But yeah, it's at least in the U.S. it's all taught for pass this test, do this, do that, jump through hoops, but retention of knowledge, is not there.
Yeah, I think that might be one of the reasons that channels like Lindy Beige are so popular. Like, that fucker will stand in front of the camera for like an hour and in one take tell you something interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's... I think it's even worse for the Europeans, because they have such a deep field of history that it should... almost every history lesson should be a field trip for them. It's my opinion.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Like, how you've got to really fuck up to make European history boring. Like, we could talk about the... Like, and you can even bring women into it. There was the woman whose husband was killed. Then her and like half a dozen dudes defended a castle against 1,000 enemies and won. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And didn't become a purple-haired shrieking psychopath in the process. I've always liked some of the first-hand accounts, like Cabeza de Vaca, and his expedition that failed, and he ended up being enslaved for a couple years in I think Texas, and just wandered around. And it's a short book, but it's just got so much interesting history and detail. It's like, I never knew that, or never thought of things this way. But no, you just need to know, this is the date he set off, and this is the date he returned, and things happen, but you don't need to know. That's garbage.
It's all like, I don't know, like, just kind of sound bites, I guess. Like, you don't have to actually know it or understand it, you just have to remember the dates that you're given.
Yeah. Not actually have to know anything about it. Care. And that's what ruins it for a lot of people. Like, there's so much interesting shit.
Yeah, and it's like little stories sometimes where here in the States, one of the first expeditions across the Blue Ridge, the I think it was the governor of Virginia, with the expedition, made them all kind of this honorary society where it was a rough trip, and it's only maybe 150 miles that they went, where arduous, but the encampment is still marked, and it's kind of passed into the the history books of something. Just lost my train of thought there, but it's basically like, okay, here's history. We could just tell you the dates and something happened, instead of these are the people they met, these are what they did once they got back. They threw a big party and all. But no, nobody wants to teach that so much.
No. Aren't parties like, lol, do we have to bring women into it? Well, I mean, we shouldn't have to, but if they're going to insist we do, can't we at least pick the ones that are actually fucking interesting?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kristen Armstrong talking about Olga of Kiev. who I think was canonized as a saint later. Yep. Yeah, Callum Dayton war history is my sort of thing, but otherwise, learning from the past is the first step supposed to. Yes, and I I think it's just such a. I went to a museum in Wyoming, and it was a museum for a battle site. And I was trying to talk to the docent there, and she's like, "Well, I don't want to talk about war. It's mean and nasty." It's like, "Why the hell are you here?"
Mm-hmm. And particularly just history in general. Like, why the fuck would you make the same mistakes over and over again when there are people who've literally tried it before and it's failed miserably?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's the old saying? History doesn't repeat; it rhymes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I see it. See it all the time.
Indeed.
Like what we're going through now. I would probably guess there's a similar situation, maybe 200 years ago. It's just not something in our natural consciousness, because most people's history starts the day that they're cognizant of their existence. Yep.
Yes. Ooh. Tristan says there's a museum in Vienna that has a historical diorama with painted miniatures reenacting the Great Siege from the Summertime song. Ooh.
Oh yes. Where the Poles came down off of, I think it was the Hornberg or Kronberg, and rode into the Turkish camps after spending all night hauling artillery up to this ridge. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Billy Bloggs asked, do you think they're going to try the whole forced vaccines, lockdowns, digital ID, etc. again? Based on what little I know about the monkeypox, I don't think it's infectious enough for them to do it, but I guarantee they're sitting there going, go on, prove us wrong, do it enough that we can justify some of this bullshit. Like, if they think they can fucking get away with it, they will do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, if they can get the population scared enough.
But I suspect that they may try to bring back the mask side, because the virus enters the body through broken skin, even if not visible, respiratory tract, or the mucous membranes. Human-to-human transmission is thought to occur primarily through large respiratory droplets. Respiratory droplets generally cannot travel more than a few feet. Cool, so I'm thinking social distancing and mask mandates.
Of course.
Because I'm pretty sure they'll be
droplets.
Because that's proven real science, and I think that they will quite happily use that to go, oh, we don't know how far it will spread if we don't contain it, so we'll do these. Those two, I reckon they'll be pretty damn interested to see if they can get away with. And those are probably the ones they can, if there's any significant transmission.
Yep. Well, and it's the one that people are most likely to agree with, because, well, it worked last time. Yeah. I just keep going back in my brain. It's like, how many weeks has it been since the curve is supposed to have been flattened?
2 years to flatten the middle class. Gregory Press says Flurona-pox.
I mean, I'm just waiting for the bubonic plague to make a resurgence.
I mean, it pops up every couple of years in California because it's an unwashed shithole.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure every time I've heard of the bubonic plague popping up again, it's been in fucking California.
Well, they deserve it.
Uh,
Let's see. Callum Dayton, his parents are still wearing masks every time they go to the shops, while everyone, including him, doesn't. And then masks have done enough damage to kids' reading already. Yep. No, face reading already. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to have a generation of stunted youth who don't emote well.
well, we knew that from the word go. Like, we've known for decades that that's how kids learn. We've known for centuries, I'm sure. But no, kids are resilient, and then, oh, what's that? The research we've done recently says that was a really fucking bad idea. Ah, don't worry about that.
Immortan George. There we go.
Mm-hmm. Yes, George says, disco, my property. Billy Blogs has a recommendation for an interesting book, but we've already probably crossed the line, so we will not mention that live. Because you never know when Susan might be listening.
We could be off the air now and just never know.
Indeed, indeed. Ah, dear. Well, that is everything I had prepared.
That's quite the roster.
Indeed. Ah, dear. Does anyone have anything else that they want to cover? Or should we move on to some shilling?
Most of my links. I just post them throughout the week, and Bezik's like, yoink, yoink, yoink.
But you send them to me directly half the time. Ah, dear.
It's like this is Disco's self-inflicted pain, it seems.
Yes. Disco's like, oh, I had to suffer through this, so I'm going to share it with everyone so they suffer through it. And I'm like, yeah, it's coming back to bite you. Oh, dear. So, what do we have coming up through the week, Discos? Well, we shall do some shillings then. Right, so we have the streams that Disco and I, and occasionally Base Ape or the Boat Chef are doing. Boat Chef won't be back for a month though. Base Ape, if we can tackle him down, we will be doing some Vanilla Factorio where Monkey murders bugs and Disco and I running around in circles. We also have the modded Factorio where Disco makes me cry.
That series has been doing really well, actually.
Yeah, that series is doing great.
People apparently really enjoy Vezic crying noises.
Cruel people.
It's great. Base hates the birds.
As they should.
Base needs to come into our modded playthrough as the security guy and just kill the bugs.
Yeah,
there's even more bugs in that. Like we got massively attacked in the last episode because the bugs are turned up as well.
Yes. We need a monkey armed with a machine gun and a Flammenwerfer to just run around and shh, don't tell him. We need a monkey to run around and protect the base from bugs.
Yes.
Then, of course, we have today's event, which is going to be after possibly several coffees.
Yes, I'm gonna need to go and get some food before we start that.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yes. at some stage in the next few hours after Disco and I have acquired sufficient food and coffee, we will be playing Woke World.
This might be our last series on YouTube, depending on how offended Susan gets. Yeah, we're gonna have to we'll have to use words like diverse and progressive.
Yes, and we will have the most diverse cast of characters, featuring mayhem, cats, men in burqas,
There's
slaves.
not enough
YouTube,
cats on this
Susan,
picture.
it's not. I did do one with more cats, didn't I? But I was decided not to use it as the actual thumbnail.
Yes.
A bit busy.
You noticed that I did still include a kitty cat? A second kitty cat.
Bezic. Where is Bezic? He's in my... There he is. There's the Bezic. This one was the alt one, but it was just a bit busy to use as the thumbnail, but I still like the
you
sentiment.
too many kitty cats.
Are there ever enough, though?
Well, there might be, because the colonists are vegans and can't kill animals.
I believe they can sell them.
Yes, like
So
it
we
might be
have
able
to
to
start
sell
selling the
them.
kittens, but we can't slaughter them.
Yes. But yes, I
So,
did
yeah,
make sure to give myself a shoulder cat as well.
Yeah, I put shoulder cat on in the alternate thumbnail, but I feel like it's too busy to, like, because when it's gonna be small, it's gonna be really hard to see what's going on. But I still had to make it because
I mean, kitties. But yes, so remember to join us when we get around to that one for communist, feminist, vegans in space.
Oh, so basically, California.
Yeah.
what was their holy relic again? It was the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
the Communist Manifesto
Like,
was
if we
the
don't
holy
go for
relic.
the space finish, because let's be fair, they're not getting to space. But the other, the ideology win condition thing, I think, is that you can get the holy relic and build like a shrine to it.
Yes.
So yeah.
Well,
They'll be,
well,
at
all,
some
all
point,
this
probably going to try and get
assumes
the...
that they can survive long enough, because we've got a collection of artists and students and one dude who can actually do things.
Who will be the colony slave.
Yes.
Literally.
Whether we forcibly enslave him or just let him run around
No.
as
I think we should forcibly enslave him, but...
well, who knows, he might mental break from all the misogyny. Sorry, misandry.
Well, like,
One
literally
can
everybody
hope.
hates him. Literally
Yep.
everybody hates him.
Oh dear. It is going to be incredibly, incredibly funny.
Yes.
And depending on how quickly the colonists die, well, we'll have to come up with... If they die off in this episode, we might have to come up with something slightly more interesting for the next time.
Yes.
And remind chat where they can watch all of these horrors.
Yes, these will be on YouTube, not Twitch. You can join us at my channel or Disco's channel. We will both be streaming these. There are links down in the description of this video. And we will have fun and shenanigans. And God, it's going to be hilarious as the commies have a fun time.
This should be an interesting one.
Oh, yes. Well, that, I require coffee and food. That is all from us. We'll see, and I think we'll see you all next time. Or preferably in a couple of hours.
Yes, not next time. Well, yes, next time, but we'll see you when we play the RimWorld thing.
It shouldn't be too long, but
Which
we
will
need
do.
food. We
Yeah.
shall have fun, and games, and shenanigans. And you will be there.
And hopefully not YouTube strikes.
You say that like it could happen.
Well, Susan's not best known for her ability to take a joke, is she?
No, she's not.
Yeah,
We're
about the only
playing-
thing she takes is a paycheck.
We're playing RimWorld, Billy. With the ideology expansion, of course. And several mods, which will be up on the Sultans website after we go live. So anyone who wants to suffer through a similar fate can do so.
Yes. I think we were going to try, and if it's possible, to get the colonists that we made as well.
Yeah, try and
upload.
export the ideology and the colonists and pop those up as well, so that, yeah, all that can be downloaded. You can do a similar one.
I guess if we can't do that, we'll just have to take screenshots and put those on the site, and you can copy them.
Yes, we will come up with something. But other than that, that is all until then. And we will see you all in a little bit. Shadilay, everyone.
Bye.
See ya.